And good morning, everyone. Welcome back Inside the Law. I'm your host, Philip Holloway, and today is a little bit different of a live stream. You see, I've got my regular headphones on today so that I can make sure that I can hear as well as you can hear as we get underway here with this Senate hearing. This is an unusual hearing because the Georgia State Legislature is not in session right now. So this is a rare sort of out of session Senate committee hearing. It's the Committee on Investigations, I believe it's called. So I wanted to go ahead and start just a few minutes early. I think I said we would start at 9:50, but because I've never shared another live stream before, I wanted to get in here and make sure that everything is working. And I must confess, I've been texting this morning with Eric Hunley, who has made sure that I don't screw this up. So hopefully all will go well. Good morning, everyone. And I really appreciate you sharing some of your day with me. And we can just have a big watch party and see what the Georgia Senate is going to learn today about our favorite prosecutor, Fani Willis. I want to just check in on, all right, so the hearing has not started yet, but we do have an agenda that we can look at. This says that the Senate is going to be hearing sworn testimony, and also they have apparently subpoenaed some documents from Robb Pitts. Robb Pitts is the chairman of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, and they're also apparently going to hear from Sharon Whitmore, the chief financial officer for Fulton County. Now, for those of you who were with us yesterday or have seen this before, I want to share a video that I have in the next couple, while we have a couple of minutes. I want to share this video of some recent activity at the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Remember, the Board of Commissioners is where the district attorney's office and Fani Willis gets her money. Robb Pitts is the chairman. And I want to show you a video and tell me if you can figure out which one of these individuals is Robb Pitts.
We got a signed letter of intent. Shut up.
Just come on. Just a minute.
Shut up. I'm talking.
Just a minute.
You're not talking to me.
Shut
You're
up.
not talking to me.
Shut up. I'm talking.
Make me.
I'm talking.
Make me.
I'm talking.
Make
It's
me.
my
Just a
time.
minute.
Make
It's
me.
my time.
Make me shut up.
It's my time.
I didn't think so.
Yeah.
Is that off?
No, I got
So that's Robb Pitts in the middle. He's the one saying, is that all? Is that he's trying his best to restore some order to the proceedings, but he's doing so somewhat with an effort in futility. So let's check back in on the live stream. It says that it's the live stream for the Senate committee has started at least, but they haven't actually convened the session yet. So while we have a couple of minutes, let's take a look at who's here. Good morning, Megan, who is our chat boss, and I see she's already doing a very good job keeping things in line, and she's telling us where Fani Willis. Megan, tell everybody else in the chat where Fani Willis has been this morning, because she's not going to be at this Senate hearing today. So drop a note in the chat, Megan, and tell us where you think Fani Willis is this morning. And while we're waiting on her to do that, let me recognize a few other people. Good morning, Caustic Chameleon. And Tammy is in Arkansas. Welcome from Arkansas. And good morning to M. Gal. Good morning to you. And Laura Polk, listening from Houston. I hope that picture next to your name is not a hurricane that's barreling towards Houston right now. I don't think it is. I went to law school in Houston. It's one of my favorite towns. I was at South Texas College of Law there in downtown Houston. Good morning to Colleen as well. Melissa, good morning to you. And if I miss anybody, I apologize. But good morning to Lindsay. All right, Megan has reported in. Fani Willis is at a place called K&K Soul Food this morning, and she is, I guess she's doing a campaign event. And Megan, if I can find what you posted on Twitter, I will share that because you had the actual flyer. Let's see while I've got a minute if I can find. Here we go. So we're going to. This is what Megan posted this morning. Fanny's at a Q&A with Che Alexander, who's the clerk of court. You may remember some controversy regarding Che Alexander when the Donald Trump indictment somehow showed up in online on the clerk's sort of an online server before the indictment had actually been I guess approved by the grand jury. So that was so that's who she's with. She's at K&K Soul Food on Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway in Atlanta, 7:30 to 9:30. I guess they've already wrapped up, but I hope they had a good breakfast. That much is for sure. All right, let's check back in over here. The Senate committee is still hasn't started. The start time is 10 a.m. So we will continue to welcome everyone else who is in our watch party. Good morning. If I say that wrong, I apologize. Kiana Shaw, we appreciate you being here, Kiana. And let's see. Well, there's Megan again. And good morning, Ruby from Joyland. I don't know. Let's see. She says, I love K&K Soul Food, but I may have to stop going there now. I've never been there. I mean, I'm sure it's great food. I mean, it looks like someplace that I would definitely like to try, but I have a feeling that this morning might not have been the best morning for me to go. All right, Kiana, I'm glad I did not get your name wrong. So Doxy Lover, is that Salt Lake City? Because we've got a lot. I've been noticing we're getting people from the Midwest and even the West Coast. Yesterday, I saw people from let's see, Australia. We saw some from England. There was some from Europe here, New Zealand. We had people yesterday from all over the world. It was something to see. And of course, Timmy's joining us from the left coast. Good morning. I used to also live in California. When I was in the military, I was stationed in San Diego. I love, love, love California. Unfortunately, I did not spend enough time traveling to the northern part of the state as I should have. I thought I was just going to use all of my off days at the beach in Southern California. I did make it to LA a couple of times, but honestly, I should have gone to Northern California. Pennsylvania is in the house. Good morning, Joseph from Pennsylvania. Hendersonville, Nevada, that's outside of Vegas, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct, Nana? Correct me if I'm wrong. My wife is actually there right now. She went to a Garth Brooks concert in Las Vegas last night. All right, we've got Florida. Florida's represented. We've got Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. We've got Indiana is in the house. Debbie, good morning. Welcome. We have a neighbor here in Atlanta. Good morning to Atlanta. Michigan, Ohio, New York, East Texas, Brazelton, Georgia. Nice. Good morning, Jason from Brazelton. And let's see, we have Richard in the communist state of, not all of Washington is communist. There's some areas, I think, particularly in Eastern Washington. Correct me if I'm wrong, Richard, that actually I think would be pretty good places to hang out and maybe even to live one day. Also in Idaho, I think I could see myself having a retirement place in Idaho one day. All right. So Atlantic Beach, Florida, Always a nice place, Megan. We're all jealous that you live at the beach, but that's okay. We won't hold it against you. Clearwater's here. Good morning, Debbie in Clearwater. Arkansas. Another Californian. All right. We got Panola County, Texas, East Texas, coastal Georgia. Nate Nate, tell us where you're from in the chat in coastal Georgia. Also, I love the Georgia coast. It's just, unfortunately, it's a hard place to drive to from where I live in the Atlanta area, but it's certainly nice. It's worth the trip if you can make the drive. We got Massachusetts, and once again, I don't know what time it is in Sweden, but I've got to think that it's obviously 7, 8, 9 hours maybe away. I really love Scandinavia. I spent some time there when I was much younger. We had an exchange student live with us from Norway, and we got to go visit with her family, and I really, really love Scandinavia. Megan, thank you for gifting another 10 Inside the Law memberships. By the way, the memberships now are up to, I think, with that 10, we're pushing 175 or so members, if I remember correctly. That kind of thing is very, very helpful to helping us grow the channel. By the way, while we're waiting, we're pushing 27,000 subscribers right now. Thank you all. Most people in the chat, I think, are probably subscribers. But share this channel with your friends, your family, anybody that you can think of that may have an intellectual curiosity about what the real justice system is in the United States. And I should say the United States because we do have so many subscribers and people who are joining us from all over the world. Daryl, thank you so much for the super chat. Daryl, you say, I am consistently one of your favorite guests on Megan's show. And I'm actually I'm talking with them now about the next time that I'm going to appear. I think it will be sometime very soon. The last time I was on with Viva Fry. And so the producer told me, they said, hey, we're going to have you on with this guy. And I'm like, oh, I know him. He's my friend. He's another law tuber. So they didn't even realize that he and I, already knew each other, and it worked out really, really good. It was fun. All right. Pamela, the hearing is supposed to start at 10 a.m. So that's another 6 minutes. I started early to make sure that I had everything set up and working correctly. Mary, thank you for sharing this on social media platforms. Pete is in Kennesaw. Pete, that's where I fly from. I fly from the McCollum Airport there in Kennesaw. So you are very close to us. All right, let's see who else we've got. Megan, Melissa has never seen your show. So Megan, tell us when you're going to start your LawTube show so we can all make sure and subscribe to it. And I'm kind of teasing. Megan doesn't yet have a show to my knowledge, but hey, I could be wrong. Maybe she's going to start one real soon. Who knows? K&K Soul Food gift cards. I'm actually I am going to go try that place. I was looking at it today. Like when I saw that's where Willis was this morning, their menu looked really, really good. So I'm going to have to go check that out. Thank you, Daryl. I appreciate the kind words. Let's see. Darien, Georgia is in the house. Good morning to Darien, Georgia. I'm interested to see if we have anyone else international this morning. Sometimes we do, and I think that just fascinates me to see where people like in Australia and New Zealand, literally on the other side of the planet, coming in here. And we have Megan's rolling on the floor. Oh, were you talking about Megan? I thought you were talking about our chat boss, Megan. You must have been talking about Megan Kelly. Now I feel silly. Sorry about that. All right. Anyway, we got Lawrenceville, Georgia, also just outside Atlanta. Rio Grande Valley. We've got more Nevada, got one more from England. All right. Stone's throw from Boston. I love New England as well. I spent some time in Rhode Island when I was in the military, and I used to always go to the Boston area whenever I got time off because it was so much fun to hang out in Boston in the weekends back in those days. All right. Here we go. So there's Australia. Australia's here again, approaching midnight. Well, that's dedication to be watching the Fani Willis Senate hearings at midnight in Australia, but welcome. I'm glad you're able to do it. All right. So we have Everett, Washington, more from Canada, Indianapolis, Alberta. We have, let's see, Hendersonville, North Carolina. I used to go to summer camp in Hendersonville, Camp Pinnacle. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard of it. And during the pandemic, when most of the summer camps shut down, including the one that my kids like to go to in Alabama, we were able to get them into Camp Pinnacle that year. They were able to have a mostly normal summer camp experience. And it was surreal for me going back to see that camp after all these years. Hendersonville, North Carolina is a beautiful area in the Smoky Mountains. All right, Germany is here. Augusta, Georgia, the place of my birth, is here. Welcome, Augusta, Georgia. So this hearing, I don't know what's going to happen. We're going to hear from Whitney's asking what's going to happen. We're going to hear from the chairman of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, Robb Pitts, as well as the chief financial officer for Fulton County. And my friend Scott Berry's here. Good morning, Scott. I think what they're going to be doing is they're going to be asking, if I had to guess, they're going to ask about how the funding of the DA's office works, what kind of funding requests they've made. They may ask about whether these individuals have any opinions about whether the money was spent the way that it was advertised to them that it was going to be spent. I really just don't know. That's why we're watching. We want to see what they're going to uncover. All right. Let's see. We have Austin, Texas area. When I was in law school in Texas, I used to visit Austin as well. Beautiful area near the hill country there in Texas. Vermont is the Roswell of New England. Sightings are common. Are we talking about UFOs in here this morning? Interesting. Toledo Bend, Texas. A lot of Texans here this morning. Texas Gulf Coast, south of Houston. Galveston, Clear Lake was one of the places. There was some good restaurants near the Clear Lake area, which is between Houston and Galveston. I used to love to go hang out at some of those places when I was in law school as well. Hartwell, Georgia, just to the east of Atlanta. Birmingham, Alabama. Titusville, Florida. Austin, Texas. We just have a ton of folks here from all over. All right, so we ought to be getting started. I'm going to go over here and refresh this page just to make sure that I haven't missed anything. It's 10 a.m. Let's refresh this and see what happens. Unmute the broadcast. This says there's 37 people waiting in this particular live stream, but apparently it's not started yet. They started the live stream 22 minutes ago, but apparently they're not in session yet. So we're just going to have to wait and see what they're going to get into. Again, we're going to hear from Robb Pitts as well as the Chief Financial Officer, Sharon Whitmore, Chief Financial Officer of Fulton County. Now I know how you guys feel when I don't start on time with my live streams, because here we are, it's 10:01 and no apparent activity. I'm going to refresh it just once more. All right. Well, I will go ahead and unmute it and we'll be ready to start as soon as they start up. Scott Berry, thank you for joining, Scott. Nice, very nice. This is what helps the channel grow. Savannah, Georgia, another beautiful area. Angie is says she's glad to see justice. We'll have to wait and see. I guess literally the jury's sort of out on that. We don't know what's going to happen, but this is certainly a step in the direction towards at least finding out how the district attorney's office goes about operating itself. All right. Chat boss Megan is pointing out that the hearing has not yet started. All right. Timmy says Willis took money from a program that would help kids stay out of gangs and used the money to buy laptops and trips for workers in her office. And Timmy, I interviewed this whistleblower that came forward with that information, her and her lawyer. It was a very interesting, to say the least, interview about that. That has to do with some of the federal, I guess, grant money. And that's part of what Jim Jordan and his outfit are looking into, is how she spent or did not spend federal grant money. We've got, Woke Christian, my neighbor from the Marietta, Georgia area. Good to see you this morning. We have the Mississippi Gulf Coast, of course, checking in. I was noticing on Twitter today, I was noticing some of these students at Ole Miss that are actually standing up to some of these encampments, and I was loving to see it. All right. Yep. Mary, that's correct. We had Amanda Timpson. That's exactly who I did the interview with. No, Melissa, Fanny's not there today. She had a breakfast at an Atlanta area soul food restaurant where she was doing a question and answer from, I think, 7:30 to 9:30 as part of her campaign event. So while we're waiting, we'll just answer these questions. Update on the appeals taking up challenges. I told Mark Aram, who's a local radio host at 95.5 WSB here in Atlanta. I'm the legal analyst for that radio station. I told Mark that I predicted they would rule by today, and that if they didn't, I would go live in studio and I would eat my hat. They've got cameras in there. They live stream it. I said I would go in the studio and I would eat my hat. So I guess I'm going to need to start finding an edible hat on Etsy or somewhere, because it looks like my prediction is not going to come true unless, sometime between now and close of business, we get a surprise from the Georgia Court of Appeals. But nevertheless, whenever we do get it, you'll hear about it here. We're going to be doing a live stream for sure, no matter what the ruling is. All right. Marietta, California. Good morning. More from Mississippi as well. I'm sorry. Salt Lake, Utah. Another beautiful area. I love Utah, particularly this time of year. Fanny should have hired a lawyer to explain the fine print on the federal grant money. Well, I think that if I had to guess, she probably does have her own private personal lawyer by this point. At least if I were her, I certainly would. Particularly, you've got everybody looking at you, including the Congress, threatening to hold you in contempt. You need a lawyer. More from Florida. Good morning. Also, Winston-Salem, North Carolina. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to refresh this and just make sure that we haven't missed anything. I don't think they have actually gotten underway yet. Now, there's 62 people that are waiting for that broadcast to start. And as of right now, we just have this welcome screen. So it should be literally any minute now. We're scheduled to start at 10. It's now 10:07 a.m. here, Eastern time in the United States. A hat-shaped cake could, you know what? That's a great idea. I need to start looking into that. As soon as we finish this, I'm going to have to head to the bakery and see if I can get somebody to make me a hat-shaped cake. All right, Eufaula, Alabama, welcome. More from Mississippi. We got a lot from Mississippi. Saskatchewan. Welcome from Saskatchewan in the house as well. All right, Tampa Bay. Another one of my favorite places, particularly south of there, the Siesta Key area is very beautiful. I'm going to take my son diving south of Tampa this summer looking for prehistoric shark's teeth. That's on my list of things to do with my son, who's 13 and just got scuba certified. So I think like in 25 feet of water, you can find all kinds of things there. All right, Conyers, Georgia. Are you the only, is Doug the only one from Wyoming? If you're from Wyoming, speak up, because Doug wants some Wyoming company. Do you think Ruby's asking if I'm going to interview Misha Maynor, who we talked about in yesterday's live stream. And if you missed it, go check it out. We were talking about the lawsuit that Misha Maynor, State Representative Maynor, has filed against Fani Willis, and charging her with RICO violations and things of that nature. And I think the answer is probably yes. I'm working on it literally today, trying to get that lined up. Woke Christian has donated $2 so that I can get a hat-shaped bundt cake. All right. What I may do is I may send a quick text message to a source down at the Capitol to see what the hangup is and see if I can get a response. We're there 9-10 minutes late now. Let me check the Senate's main website here. All right, so that one still shows that it has not started as of yet. Let me refresh that just in case. Yep. Yeah, they're still not underway. All right. Well, we're going to keep an eye on it. Let's see. Something may be happening. I've got the spinning wheel of hopefully not death. Nope. All right. So it's 10:10. Still no action yet. Again, this is going to, for those of you who are just joining us, this is going to be, they said they subpoenaed documents as well as testimony from Robb Pitts, who is the chairman of the Fulton County Commission, as well as the chief financial officer for Fulton County. If I had to guess, they're going to be asking about how Fani Willis gets her money and how she spends her money and anything else that they think might be relevant. When Ashley Merchant testified down there, it was sort of wide ranging, and what we saw is the chairman was asking the questions, and then I think they had the ranking Democrat also asking questions, but it wasn't the kind of thing where every senator on the committee was asking questions. Let me send a quick text message to see if anybody knows when they're going to get started, because I do have some sources down there. You never know what's going on behind the closed doors. Maybe who knows? Maybe there's a lawyer that showed up down there and is objecting to some of these witnesses. You just don't know. All right. Gladiators checking in on Atlanta Fox 5 shows them sitting at the table talking amongst themselves. Fox 5 probably has their own camera in there, but we want to get the official live stream. Chattanooga, welcome. Ocean Isle Beach, North Carolina. Yep, there was a subpoena. I don't know if they sent a subpoena to testify, but I know that there's some issue about whether she's fully in compliance. There was the threatening of contempt, but I don't know what the latest is on that. I will check in on it, though, but I haven't heard anything recently about what the House committee is going to do. All right. We've got, I would love to see Willis charge into this hearing today and demand to testify. That would be worth the price of admission for sure. All right. We have Goose Creek. Goose Creek Island on the Pamlico Sound, North Carolina. Welcome to you as well. Gator Dog. All right. Michigan. Another one from Michigan. All right. Let's double check again. The main Senate website. And yep, still nothing there. I feel like, if we punch out of this, I feel like as soon as we did, we would miss it and they would go ahead and get started. I sent a message to a source down there. I'm waiting for a response to see if the issue is simply running late. Maybe somebody got stuck in traffic. You just never know. Could be waiting on a witness to get there. If you look, Sean points out that the whole legal system in Georgia is a joke. It really isn't. I mean, what we're talking about Fulton County, and Fulton County itself has lots and lots of problems. But I want to assure you that it is not representative of the legal system throughout the state of Georgia. There are lots of great court systems. Even just outside Atlanta, there's some really, really great court systems, great judges, great prosecutors, places that you can count on for fairness and efficiency. Fulton County, though, has had problems that, to be fair, they go back way before Fani Willis came onto the scene. Fulton County has had problems, in my opinion, for at least the few decades that I've been practicing in the area. It's just has always been something of a dysfunctional place, but it does not represent the entirety of the state of Georgia. That is for sure. But I can see why you would think that. If all you know about the Georgia legal system is what you see coming out of Fulton County, it would be easy to have that opinion. All right. Yeah, we don't want to say anything that makes any prosecutors in Fulton County upset too much, because we don't want to get our own racketeering charge for sure. All right. Mary's comment here is Adrian Love, Assistant DA, Georgia, and the yelling match between herself and the judge. Well, that was, I guess you saw that here. If you didn't, we did a live stream where we talked specifically about that, and we showed that shouting match, and it was something to behold. And it's honestly, it's embarrassing for the legal system. All right. They're saying here that the meeting will begin shortly. That's new. So I don't know what they mean by shortly. My source has not responded yet, so we can wait. Looking at some more of the comments. She's flying high on that win against YSL with Judge McBurney, who disqualified Fani. interesting trial with one of the defendants going pro se. The YSL trial, interesting is putting it mildly. That is a dumpster fire of a trial. And honestly, I am afraid the judge has lost control of that trial. And it's sad to see. Fani has tried her best once again with that one to take a giant racketeering case and force it down the throat of the court system. And the courts will just choke on something that big. I was actually speaking last night with Courtney Kramer, who is the Republican candidate running for district attorney against Fani Willis, and she'll be on the ballot here in November as the Republican nominee. I guess I'm assuming that would be assuming Fani wins her primary race, which is taking place this month. She does have an opponent who is backed, I understand, by the recording or the record, sort of the recording artist community, which is significant here in Atlanta. They are not all too happy with Fani Willis for using rap lyrics as substantive evidence that they say is evidence of a crime. And they don't like the fact that she seems to be going after one of their own, Young Thug, so aggressively. So Fani's opponent, I believe, has the support of the record labels here in Atlanta. So Gladiator points out that said they're waiting on a couple more committee members to arrive. Okay, well, that makes perfectly good sense. I wonder how long they will wait, and I wonder if they need like a quorum. I would imagine they need a certain number of them, and I'm sure they're in communication. But for those of you who don't know, Atlanta traffic in the mornings can be horrible. So there's just no way to know what their issue is, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're caught in traffic. All right. So welcome to everybody who is here from all over the country, all over the world, in fact. It's truly remarkable to see how many people are who tune in because they just, have a fascination with what's going on in Fulton County. Dr. Mimo says Fulton County is one of the most reliably Democrat counties in the entire nation. It has voted Democrat in every presidential election since 1876. I don't know if that's exactly, but I don't have any reason to doubt that that is true because it is a very Democrat county. Now, this year, the presidential election is going to be obviously very different, and it's been reported by people who I know and trust, who are the politico expert types. The political types. They tell me that some of that is going to be very different this time around than it was 4 years ago, but we'll have to wait and see. We just don't know. Susan has had the experience of Atlanta traffic. My condolences for that. Michael points out that this is all stuff that Willis has brought upon herself. And Michael, you're right. She absolutely has. And I think for that reason, she has turned off a lot of people that might have otherwise voted her. All right. So my source has responded to me. They are about to start very soon. Former Governor Roy Barnes is in attendance, and I also have it on good authority that he's a practicing lawyer, that former Governor Roy Barnes is representing Fani Willis in connection with a lot of this stuff. So he is in attendance. So we'll see if we can see him once the live stream starts. You may remember him. He testified as a witness in the disqualification hearing. I guess the point was that Willis had maybe offered him a role as one of the special prosecutors, I guess, to suggest that maybe it wasn't, she was trying to specifically get Nathan Wade as the special prosecutor. But what I think on cross-examination, it was pointed out, Roy Barnes said that when he was there to meet with her to discuss the proposition, that Nathan Wade was in the room. So, I mean, Wade was already, on the team whenever she apparently offered this to Governor Barnes. All right. So let's go to, I want to go to this particular feed and get it started. So I think this is going to be the better one once they start, but I am told they are going to be starting momentarily. So, all right. I want to share the correct, bear with me, guys. There we go. That should be the better one. All right. So Wales in the United Kingdom, that's at least, I think, 6 or 7 from international viewers, maybe 8 or 10 that I've seen so far. Good morning to you, Kelly, as well. I'm happy to see you this morning, and I'm glad you're able to catch us live. Let's see, Kissimmee, Florida, near Disney World, right? So welcome to Kissimmee, Florida. We have, all right, let's see. Good morning to you, Joyce, as well. Good morning to North Carolina. Let's see. Queen Fab says, these people are blinded by race and politics. Nicholas asked, do I think Judge Cannon in Florida is going to throw that case out based on the unredacting that she's doing down there is certainly very interesting. I was talking to Julie Kelly about this. In fact, we did a show with her not too long ago. She seems to think, that it might be headed that way. But nevertheless, the unsealing that's going on in Florida is interesting. All right, here we go, guys. I don't hear audio.
With you, the Chief Financial Officer of Fulton County. So I appreciate your cooperation with me to arrange a good time where we could be as less inconvenient to each of you as possible. I also want to thank you for your responsiveness to a subpoena that we had issued that asked for maybe more information that even I recognize might be responsive to it. And I have a notebook here that you've provided with us, and I understand there will be additional documents coming. If you want to just supplement those, I've spoken with your county attorney as able here in the next few days or weeks. I would appreciate that. But I did want to thank you for making the effort to be responsive on relatively short notice here. And thank you for being here with us today. Would you just introduce yourself and have Sharon introduce herself to the committee, please, sir?
I'm Robb Pitts. I chair.
Hang on, let me make sure I got you lit up here. There we go.
All right. I'm Robb Pitts. I chair the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County, Georgia.
All righty. And Sharon?
Good morning, Sharon Whitmore, the county's Chief Financial Officer.
You can pull that microphone closer to you if you want to. We had a little difficulty last meeting. Sometimes the volume's kind of fading in and out a little bit. That will allow us to hear you clearly. And also this is being streamed live. And so anybody that may be watching on their computers at home will be able to hear the testimony that you give. I am going to start with a couple of formalities here. We have in your folders, ladies and gentlemen, the minutes from our first 2 meetings. The first one was held on February 9th, 2024. The Secretary of the Senate has prepared these minutes, and maybe a little tedious of a job, but easy because we are recorded. And so it's very easy to verify the accuracy I did notice, Senator Estevez, we misspelled your name on one of them, I think, and we'll two on both of them. We will correct that. And I told them, you being an attorney, it's going to be hard to slip anything by you on these. So we'll correct those spellings as part of any approval of these meetings. Have you all had an opportunity? We sent these out in advance to review these minutes before today. Any committee members need additional time to review them before we take action? All right, then I am open for a motion to approve the minutes of the February 9th, 2024 meeting.
So moved.
All right, I've got a motion by Senator Dolezal. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Senator Kennedy. Any discussion or any review, proposed changes or corrections to the minutes of February 9th? All right, then all in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed, like sign? All right, those are approved.
Yes, former Governor Barnes is
Now
Fani
turning
Willis's
to the
attorney.
March 6, 2024 meetings. Has everybody had an opportunity to review these thoroughly? All right, is there a motion?
Move to adopt the March 6th minutes as presented.
And with the amendment of the spelling correction, got to accept that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Any
Yeah, I
further
think this is
discussion
going to
on
be
that?
mostly about the money and
Likewise,
how
we
it's
will,
spent. That's right.
Vote, all in favor, raise your hand of approving those minutes. Any opposed? All right, they are unanimously adopted. You'll also notice in your folder just a copy of our Senate committee rules. I put these in here because we did have some questions posed.
What the
to
committee
us
can
from
do
the
is they can
Fulton
recommend
County,
legislation in the next
Commission as
legislative
they were
session
preparing
to
their
deal with things
responses
like
to
conflicts of
make
interest
sure
and how
what their
DA
timeliness
offices
was
and
how
other
to
constitutional
object. I
officers
would
spend
like to
money.
state to you, Chairman Pitts and Ms. Whitmore, y'all should be aware that we have confidentiality rules on this committee. If there are any documents responsive to our subpoena that you feel like contain confidential information that should not be disclosed to the public, because we are creating a public record here, please identify those to me, and I will, in accordance with our rules, deem them confidential and shielded from public view. I know that just in conversations with your county attorney, I know Sue has told me there are certain things that she has redacted in these, if anything that dealt with the birth date, social security numbers, health information of any of the employees of the county. And that is certainly fine. That's what we're trying to accomplish, to make sure that we are protecting documents that should be confidential, but also obtaining the records that we need to complete our
I've got it on good
investigation.
authority
And
that the
with
chairman of the
understanding that
commission,
the
Robb
vast
Pitts,
majority of
is not
anything
happy about this
we
whole
ask
money
for are in the
situation.
public
We'll see what he
domain
says.
anyway. These are public government records that should be accessible to the general public, but also to the state Senate to conduct our work here. So thank you, and just let me know before we post anything on the website, any documents, if there are any that you feel like need to be shielded or protected in any way. Fair enough? All righty. Before we get started, I will need to swear each of you in. Mr. Pitts, I'll start with you. If you will raise your right hand, please, sir.
Well, Christian,
Do you
you
swear
are
the
so
testimony you
correct
give
in that.
before this
I've
committee
seen him
this
out a
morning
lot
will be
in
the
different
truth, the
places,
whole
and he
truth,
always
and,
has that same look.
to the best of your knowledge and ability?
I do.
And Ms. Whitmore, would you likewise? You swear the testimony you'll provide this morning will be the
She's
truth,
the
the whole
chief
truth, and
financial
nothing but
officer
the
for
truth. So
the
help you
county.
God.
Yes.
We have our court reporter present. We'll be making a transcript of all the testimony, and we're happy to share that with you. It will become part of the public record afterwards. If you later want to correct any answers or add information, we welcome that. And I will state before we begin, as we say every meeting, that our Senate website is set up that if anybody from the public has information you think might be relevant to our investigation, feel free.
No, I just learned today
to reach
that
out to
Governor
us
Barnes is
and
representing.
provide any information that could be relevant to us, and let us know if you would like to testify before this committee as our process unfolds throughout the summer and the fall. Mr. Pitts, let me get you just to give us a little brief background. You and I know each other,
Yes,
and I think most people in Fulton County know of you from your long history of public service. If you would tell us a little bit about the position you hold and how long you've been in the chairman's post and any other political service before that, I think it might give some context.
Thank you, Senator, Mr. Chairman. I've been, as you've indicated, been involved as an elected official for many years. I look at Senator Butler and I kind of count sometimes to figure out just who's still standing. And I'm sorry that you're going to be leaving us. But I began my political career in Atlanta as a member of the Atlanta City Council. I served there for 20 years as a member of the Atlanta City Council. Then I was elected as president of the city council. I served 4 years as president. Then I moved over to the county where I served for, I think, 12 years as a member of the commission, as a commissioner. And for the last 7 or 8 years, I have been privileged to serve as chair of the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County.
All right.
Too bad he can't control the bickering.
In that position, how often does your commission meet? Is it twice a month?
We
or
meet
what?
the first and third Wednesdays of every month.
Okay. Is it part of the duties and responsibilities of the Fulton County Commission to establish the budget for the district attorney's office and some supervision of that office?
We establish the budget for the district attorney as well as all other departments for final approval.
And when you're formulating the budgets, does the district attorney submit to you a budget request for public funding?
The process, and I'll defer to our chief financial officer, but there's a process where the department heads appear before the manager and the finance team to explain their requests. And then from there, it comes to us for final approval. We might want to clarify.
So the budgets of all
Sure.
the county departments, including the district attorney's office, are ultimately approved by the county commission?
That's correct.
Okay. Ms. Whitmore, if it's okay with you, I may bounce back and forth between witnesses because I understand, as the chairman just deferred to you, there are areas where you have particular expertise. Okay.
Yes, that's fine.
Brenda, I'm not going to make your life as miserable as you're sitting there thinking right now. Our court reporter is going to try to keep a transcript, but you will occasionally have to go back and forth between witnesses. I will have, I'm going to have Ms. Whitmore later, a direct line of questioning her, but I may periodically let her chime in here, okay? All right. Sharon, tell us a little bit about that, how that budgeting process works.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Pitt's description is the general process. Actually, every department of county government, including constitutional officers and elected officials, submit an annual budget request through our budget development application. Those requests are reviewed, vetted, and verified through our budget office. The county's budget ordinance is designed in a way that the budget is developed and presented to the Board of Commissioners as a recommendation from the Office of the County Manager. So we have a review process that we undertake with the county manager and members of his executive team to review the requests that are presented. Typically, we provide each agency with a base budget figure to start with, and then they are allowed to submit what we call budget enhancements, where they can ask for additional resources to just continue an existing program, to expand an existing program, or to establish a new program or service. We also have a separate process that we run simultaneously as the operating budget for a capital budget requests, and there is a capital budget review committee that receives and vets all of those requests, and they are then in turn taken into consideration at the same time as operating budget requests, because we only have one pool of resources to use. So we consider all
That's
of those
taxpayer
at
money?
the same time. So our constitutional officers and elected officials submit their requests through the same channels. Sometimes they may choose not to come and present to the county manager's office and then choose instead to communicate their budget needs directly with.
And
the,
sometimes they use money that may come
Board
from
of
other
Commissioners.
sources to pay Nathan
So
Wade.
that, in a nutshell, is the county budget process.
And when you talk about capital,
I want to know if Nathan Wade is in
expenditures,
their
is that
budget
like
proposal.
new automobiles for police departments, new buildings, new expenditures on things along those other than personnel?
Yes, sir. Rolling stock, heavy equipment, facility renovation, new facilities, facility expansion, all of that would come through our capital portal process.
So when we talk about building a new county jail, that's a capital project.
That is one very significant capital project. Yes, sir.
Can you give us just a feel for what the size of Fulton County's annual budget is?
All
Well, when you
funds
add Nathan
including
Wade to it, it's a
all
lot.
funds included. It's about $1.2 billion.
And do you have readily available what amount of general funds from the county are allocated to the district attorney's office on an annual basis? I guess we'll just talk about this year to start with.
In 2024, the district attorney's allocation was $36.6 million from the general fund.
Chairman Pitts
It would have been
tried to
36
explain to me
without
that there are
Nathan
several
Wade.
buckets of funds that are used to fund the district attorney's office. Would you kind of run that through for me as to what additional funding over and above the 36.6 million of general funds from county tax revenues that are allocated to the district?
Yes, sir.
attorney?
The district attorney, in addition to the county's general fund resources, also has resources that are available through the confiscated asset forfeiture fund, as well as the victims witness assistance fund, federal asset forfeiture funds, and we keep all of these in separate funds, and then a number of different grants that come through the state and federal grant process. And then since really the middle of 2021, when we developed our spending program for the resources that we received through the American Rescue Act, the district attorney has also had resources available for what we call our Project Orca, which is our court backlog project that was funded out of our ARPA resources.
Okay, let me slow
That's
down
the
on
American
that one just
Rescue
a minute.
Fund. They
Did you
get
say
federal
Project
money
Orca,
recently for
like an orca
a
whale?
supposed
Yes, sir.
backlog that
Is that acronym, does that stand for something you could help tell us?
It's more, I guess, visual than that. It just was intended to mean that it was a very, an orca is a very large ocean mammal, and the court backlog that we had as a result of the slowdown in the court system during the pandemic was also very large. So the individual who was charged with developing a program to address the court backlog named it Project Orca, but it is our official court backlog reduction program.
And this is funded through federal funds?
Through our ARPA resources, yes, sir.
And the ARPA money was put in to sort of help all the states.
That's American Rescue
recover
Plan.
from the
That's
COVID epidemic.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
the big
Do you
federal
know the
spending bill
amount
that
of ARPA funds
courts are
that
using to try
were
to clear up the
allocated to
backlog, supposedly.
District Attorney's Office or the Orca project?
I don't have that number available with me today, but I can share it.
And as far as the expenditures of that fund, is that anything that the county commission had authority or discretion
Nope.
over where the money went, how it was spent?
Specifically, is your question specific to the ARPA resources themselves?
Yes.
Yes, sir. They determined where and how our ARPA resources would be utilized. The county executive team made a recommendation, and the Board of Commissioners adopted that recommendation, and we have modified it over the course of time as we have continued to execute on our spend for the ARPA resources.
And one of the areas you allocated some of the ARPA funding was to this ORCA project.
Yes, sir. In total, about 75 million is what we allocated to Project Orca.
And who else was allocated funds through the ORCA project in addition to the district attorney's office?
Most of the partners from our justice system received funding out of the Project Orca resources. The district attorney's office, the state court, superior court, magistrate court, public defender, the sheriff's department. I believe juvenile court received some. So we took a look across the entire justice system to see where we would need to plug in some additional resources in order to develop a work plan to
I wonder if Nathan Wade
bring
was in that
our,
work plan that they were
backlog
considering.
that had accumulated to bring those numbers down.
So if 75 million was applied to the ORCA project, do you know what amount of the 75 million went to the district attorney's office?
I don't have the exact dollar amount with me. I can tell you that she did receive funding to cover 75 positions, which was the highest number of positions that were provided across the justice agencies. But I'm sorry, I didn't bring that. I don't have that number with me. And I don't know it off the top of my head.
I'm not certain if we even requested that. I know that you are continuing to compile for me the essentially the ledger or roster of employees employed by the district attorney's
And
office.
Nathan Wade's not an
We'll be
employee.
able to
Remember
break
that.
this
He's
out
not
as you
part of these
compile
positions
that
that she's
data,
talking
Yes,
about.
sir.
Neither are the other special prosecutors,
Do
the
you have any
outside
idea how many
contractors.
employees in the district attorney's office now?
I believe she has about 277 employees, plus the positions in ORCA. So a little over 300, maybe 340.
And how many contractors like
And that would
Wade?
include assistant district attorneys and investigators and secretarial help, the entire spectrum of staff.
Yes, sir.
Will the ORCA funds expire anytime soon or be exhausted? I know if they came through ARPA, that's sort of winding down at this point, right?
Yes, sir. We are in undertaking an effort currently to ramp down our ORCA spend within the 75 million that was allotted and within the general timeframe that was provided for the spending to occur, which is 12/31/2024.
So we're at the tail end, the last year of that, huh?
Yes, sir.
The way you described the budget process sounds very similar to the state budget process, where it's almost a continuation budget from the year before, and then there are requests for additions, increases if you need more staff or if circumstances have changed or need to make a capital expenditure.
Yeah, they never ask for less money. Of course not.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Let's get to the good stuff. Talk about
we
Wade.
tend to start from the previous year and build onto that. If a department received funding in a previous year that was not intended to be part of their recurring budget, then we make adjustments for that. That's why I said we provide them with a base budget. So that base budget each year will reflect the ins and the outs from, whatever transpired in the previous year's budget cycle. So if a department received funding for a particular project or purpose that's not intended to happen on an annual basis, then we pull those monies back out and readjust and realign their base budget.
Okay. How much detail does the district attorney's office provide when they make their annual budget request? Is it fairly itemized by employee, by expenditure type, where it
I
goes?
doubt it.
In our process, we provide them with a line item version of their budget in our budget development application. We provide them with a position summary. So we give them a report of all of their positions, and it's as of a point in time. And they are required to make any corrections to that position summary report, because that becomes the basis for their salary and fringe benefit budget for the base year. And then they are allowed to go in and align the operating portion of their budget in whatever manner suits their operational needs. We do have a couple of object codes that we
What's the code for cash in the mattress?
really do not allow them to deviate much from, because they are necessary to fund things like our risk management fund. So, we have an object code specifically for that. That's a rate times the number of positions that you have. So there's no deviation there. But they do have the ability to go in and adjust their budget. They are requested to provide details, contract, contract
Requested, but not required to provide
names
details.
and amounts for specific contracts. So like our Department of Real Estate and Asset Management would come in and identify their contractors that they have and their contracts that they have for things like janitorial services. If they have professional service contractors, they would identify them. It is an ask. Some departments do a better job of others than, providing a lot of
I'm guessing the
detail and
DA's office
support
is not one of the
for
ones
their
that's better
asks.
in that regard, but
So,
hey, that's
we
just
spend
a
a lot
guess.
of time and a lot of back and forth trying to understand, especially when they have submitted for an enhancement request or a new program, trying to make sure that they've put everything in that they should be including in those requests. But they do
Should
have
be.
the opportunity to align it how they would like to see it and provide detailed explanations.
But the thing is, Fanny says that once she gets her money,
And,
she can spend it however she wants. It doesn't matter to her what she says it's for.
That's why I was letting her get into the
Yes, sir.
minutia there, because I know that's why you hired her, right?
That's correct.
Okay. The way you've explained it to me is that with certain elected officials that are provided for under the Georgia Constitution, like the district attorney's office and the sheriff's department, these are elected officials, and
It's
our
sheriff's
state
office,
Constitution
Senator, but
provides
you
the
know, that's
sort of
just a detail.
parameters of their authority and responsibilities, right?
That's correct.
For those, particularly those two, a sheriff and a district attorney, do you micromanage their budget, or is it fairly well left within their authority under the state constitution?
Well, they're what we call constitutional officers, and we have 3 or 4 of those. And then the district attorney is in a sort of a different category.
Yes,
But
she is.
also, now I'll have to defer to get the correct terminology from our county attorney. But constitutional officers believe that once their budget has been approved by the Board of Commissioners, then they are free to manage that budget any way they see fit. And that's
Bingo,
because
bingo,
of
bingo.
this
Yep.
law, I suppose,
That's right.
that gives them that authority.
So you can't micromanage their spending once you've granted them the budget, appropriated the money.
And see,
to
this
them
is where we
from
got
general
grounds for
funds.
some legislation. The committee can recommend changes to the law that
Probably not.
allows management
That's-
over the
I guess the
budget
answer
for
to
these
that would be no, we
constitutional
cannot.
officers.
But essentially, you don't have to appropriate money to them unless they can justify for you why they need it and what they intend to spend it for. The
Well-
line item listing that Ms. Whitmore just referenced.
Right, when the departmental budget comes to us and say, even with the constitutional officers, there are line items, but we fund the line items and that results in a total. But once we've approved it, they can disregard the line items that we have approved, and therein lies, I guess,
The
source of
problem, the
conflict
word is
from
problem.
time to time.
Do you have a good grasp on exactly how much money runs through the DA's office budget every year. 36.6 million comes from your general funds from the,
But he has no idea
taxpayers
where
of Fulton
the rest of
County.
it is or where it comes
and
from.
then they have money that they get from these forfeitures and from a portion of fine money. And then they may have grants, et cetera, both state and federal on top of that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the state itself funds a certain number of positions, including the district attorney's salary and a certain number of assistant district attorneys based on the number of judges in the circuit.
That's my understanding, yes, sir. But we do not monitor that.
They don't monitor it, guys. They don't monitor it. They don't look to see how she's spending her money. You heard it right there.
That comes from the general fund, and rarely do we keep up with how much they receive from grants or fines and forfeitures and things of that nature.
But maybe you should,
That's
Rob.
something that's
maybe you
within
should.
the control of the district attorney's office.
Correct.
Okay. Do they ever report that amount to you? I mean, it would seem in
they
the
don't.
course of
You got to get it.
making a budget
You got to
request
get it
to
through
you,
open
they
records if
need
you
to
can
show
when
a
you got a
need for
client on
money, and
trial.
that would necessarily require them to show you what they're getting from other sources to figure out what they need from you.
As a matter of course, that is not provided to us. Now, whether that is made available during the budget process with staff, I'm not sure.
We will look at other sources that they have available when they're asking for an enhancement to see if there is another source that could be used instead of the general funds. I guess I would just like to perhaps add a little clarification to what the chairman just said about the other sources of funds. Those are maintained on the county's financial system. So we do have the federal asset forfeitures, the confiscated assets. There are buckets of those. They are presented to the board in the special appropriation grant funds. The board, there is no reporting that comes forward to the board on those. And, because the board isn't authorizing those resources, they come from other sources. There isn't a lot that comes back to the board on those. From a grant perspective, like a federal grant perspective, we do present the grant applications that are made on our grant activity report to the board. And again, the grant activities and reporting are captured on the county's financial system and are included in our required single audit report each year. So that's the reporting, but there is no other reporting that is completed on those funds by the district attorney to the Board of Commissioners.
But from your accounting standpoint, you're the chief financial officer. When these funds from whatever source get deposited in a bank account, somebody's got to make an entry. The deposit was made and where it came from.
Yes, sir. So if resources are received, then they are presented over to the county treasury. They're deposited, and within these funds, then the spending credit, if you will, is provided to the agency that's receiving the funds. We have, multiple agencies that receive federal asset forfeiture funds and confiscated asset funds. So we track it by each department within those funds, and when the resources are received, they are given credit for them. On the grants, many of the grants are, of course, drawdown grants. So we're spending the county's resources first and seeking reimbursement from the granting agency. So whatever the required drawdown process is, our grants administration office in the finance department would be involved in assisting and facilitating the financial reporting requirements programmatic reporting requirements are typically managed directly by the department or agency that has received the grant. But our grant administration unit will ensure that the required, whatever periodic required financial reporting is complete, and that the drawdowns are completed on a timely basis so that the county is not fronting that money for too long of a period of time.
And tell me what you just referenced, a single audit. What did you mean by that?
That's the audit that any entity that receives a federal grant is required to have completed on an annual basis. Our external auditors complete the single audit. It is a specific audit of all federal and state grant funds.
And is that broken out between your various county agencies and departments, including the district attorney's office?
Yes, the auditors have a requirement to identify major programs and audit on a risk basis. And so they determine which programs may get a more thorough and very specific audit process. But all of the
Remember, the
all of the
office
grants
was
are
found
included,
recently by
and
the
all of
audit
the
to be
information that
high
they ask
risk
for is
for
provided to them
how they
as
spent
part
their
of that
money,
single
as was
audit
the
process.
sheriff's office.
Is that a written document report that you would receive every
We did a
year?
live stream
The
about
single
it.
audit?
Yes.
Yes.
And is that a requirement of each agency, including the district attorney's office, to provide the requested data and information to the auditor?
It is, yes.
By reviewing that, are you able to pretty well track all of the spending of grant funds anyway
No.
by the district attorney's office?
No.
At a summary level.
The answer is no.
It's not, it's not detailed. It just basically gives you, the total amounts
Of what was received and what
expended.
was
Yes, sir.
spent? Does it give a category of the spending?
I believe that it's just listed by the individual grants.
Would that explain or reveal to you what personnel was paid for by specific grants?
It is not, the report itself is not at that level of detail.
All right.
No.
Is
In other
that
words,
provided
Fannie
to you
doesn't tell them
in any
anything.
way? In your
That's
role
what
as
this
CFO,
means.
do you get to see, which employees are funded by county money versus a federal grant versus a state grant versus a combination?
Yes, that information would be available to me again. When those grants are awarded and received, we establish the
I
budget.
really want to be
If
there to
personnel,
cross-examine this witness.
Expenses are included in the grant award, then the budget office will work with the recipient agency to ensure that the appropriate positions are created and established within the grant to ensure that they comply with whatever the application and the budget document that was presented to the granting agency includes.
And we've had conversations before this morning as you've tried to explain to me some of these different funding sources. It seems to me like on a lot of the staff attorney or assistant DA positions and other investigators and other folks that are working for the DA's office, that their salary is paid partly by the state with a local supplement, a county supplement. Explain that to our committee so we can figure this portion out.
Yeah, there are a handful of positions, assistant district attorneys, deputy district attorneys, investigator, maybe some legal assistants who are paid by the state and supplemented by the county. So we call them state supplemented positions. And I'm not 100% on what the total number is right now. I think it's somewhere between 15 and 20. I'm not sure which of those are filled. So that's part of the information that we have yet to finalize to be able to provide to you.
Still trying to break that out exactly.
Yes,
how
sir.
it's paid.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So what about a employee of the DA's office's health insurance benefits? Is that paid by the state of Georgia, the state health benefit plan, or by Fulton County's health plan?
Positions that are 100% county.
We don't want to talk about the health plan. Tell
funded
us
positions
where
are
Fanny's
paid by
getting the money
county.
and where she's
Um,
hiding it and how she's spending it.
I will have to have one of the supplemental positions pulled. At one point in time, under a previous district attorney, some of them were receiving county benefits. I'm not certain at this point with DA Willis if they are also receiving county benefits or not. So I will actually need to go and pull that information.
And what about retirement funds? I know state employees are eligible for state retirement benefits. Do you have county retirement benefits for these county employees?
Of course they do. Let's get to the point.
Fulton County has a closed defined benefit plan that closed in 1999. If there are employees in the district attorney's office who were employed by the county and participated in that,
Do the independent
plan and
contractors
chose
like
to stay
Nathan
in
Wade, do they get a
then they would
retirement plan?
be
Those are the
eligible
questions we
for
want
a
to know.
defined benefit pension upon their retirement from the county. We also have, since that point in time, had a defined contribution plan in place that is available to full-time county employees. We have amended it over time to include or exclude certain groups. As we've learned, certain groups have been added into and out of other plans.
What about independent
So
contractors?
full-time
Are they one of those
employees
groups?
have the benefit of that defined contribution plan.
Or the
And
no
that would
bid
be at
contract
cost
recipients,
to
I should
Fulton
say.
County taxpayers rather than state taxpayers.
Yes, sir.
So there may be 2 or 3 of us working as assistant DAs under Ms. Willis, and if I'm one of the state-funded positions, I would be receiving a different type of health insurance plan possibly and a different type of retirement plan than my colleague that's a supplemental employee that's funded by the county alone.
Possibly, yes, sir.
Okay.
I will confirm that in our response.
What about folks that are independent contractors?
Ah,
of the
now he must have
DA's
heard me.
office, like a special counsel, special assistant DA. How are they paid?
They are treated as professional services and paid as if they were a county vendor.
County
And
vendor.
do you consider them then a county employee or a county vendor or an independent contractor?
A independent contractor with a receipt of a vendor payment.
What's the oversight on who
And-
gets these contracts? And
As
is there a
far as
nepotism policy?
benefits from those type of independent contractors, would they receive any health insurance benefits or retirement benefits at all?
No, sir.
And do you, in the county level, have any control over what they're paid?
No, sir. That's at the discretion of the district attorney.
Does the district attorney, and I'm going to shift back to you, Chairman.
$250 an hour is just fine with them.
Advise you of what's going on with these independent
The
contractors?
assistant
that are being
DAs don't
hired?
make that much money.
No, sir.
Do they have to request funding from you?
Well, I'd like for them
Is that
to,
in the
but they
budget
don't.
request that I need X amount for a specific prosecutor or as a category of assistance that I need to get from an independent contractor?
Well, let me.
He's in the
try
hot
to
seat
answer that
now.
question this way. First of all, we have what's called outside counsel, and I'm going to make a distinction between outside counsel and a special prosecutor.
All right, explain that one to us.
Right.
Why isn't Willis having to explain this? Why is it the chairman of the county commission?
An outside counsel is hired when the county attorney determines that there's a need for assistance. She then, in this case, she will make a recommendation to the board and explain why she needs outside counsel.
Yeah, and the board approves
She makes that
outside counsel that
recommendation
work
to
for the
us.
county attorney, but we're
And
not
if
concerned
we
about those
agree,
people.
And that's typically done
That's
in
fine.
executive session. And if we agree, then we will take a public vote and authorize the hiring on the recommendation of the county attorney of outside counsel. And we have a range, an hourly rate. I'm not sure what that hourly rate is, nor whether that's really relevant, but there's a range that we pay outside counsel. And that's different from a special prosecutor.
Would outside counsel have anything to do with criminal prosecutions, or are they representing the county's interest in other type of matters? You know,
Joe.
They represent the county.
Yeah. I got the right answer. I thought I was right, but I wanted to make sure. We don't hire outside counsel for criminal matters.
all right, that would be for dealing with other county legal matters that you needed extra help from somebody other than the county.
They're drawing a
attorney's office.
distinction between how they approve outside civil
Primarily
lawyers to
civil
help the county attorney in
versus
civil cases.
So
They're drawing a
who's the
distinction
brains
between
back
that
there
and how
behind you
Fani
in
Willis just
consulting?
does it
It's county
however the
attorney,
hell she
What's her name?
pleases.
Sue Joe.
Sue Joe.
Yes.
And that's SOO and then JO.
Yes,
I got
sir.
that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Joe, I may ask you to share some information with us. You're not under subpoena and it won't be sworn testimony, but if it comes a time where you can help sort of enlighten us, you just let us know, or else you can keep letting the chairman know. All right. So those outside counsel
Mhm.
have to be approved by the county commission.
Correct.
And it's done on the recommendation of the county attorney.
Correct.
Or the request, and that would specify the pay rate that those folks would be paid.
That's correct.
All right. And the second category,
Second category would be a special prosecutor. And the special prosecutor,
I don't think he's
is-
covering for Fani.
I believe I'm correct on this, that the district attorney has sole discretion under very narrow circumstances. And I don't know how to define narrow circumstances, but that's how it's been described to me, to hire independent of the board of commissioners, a special prosecutors.
Okay.
That's her
Independent
decision
of the
and her
board.
choice.
but that
We
would,
have nothing to do with that.
you wouldn't have anything to do with the selection or approval of that counsel.
That's correct.
But you would ultimately be paying for that counsel through the general appropriations bucket in the budget that you approve for the DA's office.
For special prosecutor?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm told, yes,
All right. And you're told that. by
Whether he
your
likes
chief
it or not,
financial
he's
officer.
gotta pay
That's her
him.
job to know.
yes.
On those
We
people,
wouldn't know,
you wouldn't know the name of them
No.
or how much they're being paid,
no.
but you're going to see a line item on an audit at the end of the year showing how much that person was paid.
Is that correct?
Not really.
They're typically captured as professional services expenses.
So that's a no.
And is that in a group or individual?
It's professional services object code within the district attorney's budget within the general fund.
So the answer is no. They don't know how much she's paying Nathan Wade. He's just,
Educate me.
his payment's just part of
I
a
want
large
the-
number that they
does
get.
mean
That's
if,
it.
if Miss Willis hires 15 special prosecuting attorneys and pays them $10 million, that's all you see is that 10 million was spent for that type of personnel? Or does it give you how much Mr. Wade got, how much Mr. Johnson and Mr.
So our system captures all of that, but as far as how our reports roll up, at the object code level, you would just see the total amount. You would have to actually go into the accounting system to extract the details of the payments for professional services, because there may be more than just legal services.
Yes, I don't have any
or
control
outside
of the
or
volume.
special prosecutor services within the object code for professional
You
services.
got professional services. It doesn't even delineate how much is attorneys and how much is a janitor.
Yes, sir.
So if I want to find out how much Mr. Wade was paid for his services as a special prosecutor, who has that data? I want to issue a subpoena to find that out. Do I give it to you as the county and you can discern that? Or do I have to go to whoever hired this professional service provider?
The county actually has an open government platform. You could go to our open checkbook
Just ask
and you
Ashley
could
Merchant if she
search
agrees with
by
that.
the name, and it would pull up the name of any vendor that matches that description, and you could find payments that way. So you could go in and type in Mr. Wade's name or the name of his law firm, and you would be able to pull those documents. You could also submit an open records request.
And you'll get stonewalled.
To the finance department, and the accounts payable team would pull the details and provide that documentation. Or you could subpoena probably the district attorney.
Or you could subpoena Nathan Wade.
Any member of her staff that is involved in their internal accounting and vendor payment process.
Is it?
It was
only-
included in my subpoena.
Right. So that's my question.
Yes.
Can you find that information?
Yes.
Or do I have to go to the DA who may not provide?
No,
it?
we have that information.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You can tell me the recipient by name
Okay.
of these
Do it.
professional services payments.
What we provided today was specific to Mr. Wade. We are working on the request also included any other attorney, so we are still working on that. Our process is we are searching now through all of the transactions within that professional services object code, pulling out the ones that appear to be legal firms and pulling the underlying supporting documentation to determine if they were in fact legal firms and if those expenses are responsive to the subpoena, and if so, they will be provided.
And I know I might sound a little lawyerish here. I don't mean to be hounding you, but I'm wanting to make sure that I address that subpoena to the right person.
Let me take over. I know how to hound her.
Told you are the bomb. You are the answer to financial questions in Fulton County, or can get them. If I'm wrong, help direct me where I need to submit additional subpoenas to track down that information.
No, sir. Submitting a subpoena to me is should be
I
sufficient.
volunteer to
And
give
I
you a
will
list
say
of
on the record,
subpoenas
you
you
have
can
been
issue.
Very responsive, and I know it's a lot of data and information, and I appreciate your efforts to continue providing that to me.
Thank you.
You have been completely transparent and helpful in trying to find things. So you said supporting documentation. What kind of supporting documentation would there be for a professional services payment to a law firm?
From Fani
Typically the
Willis.
billing statement.
Do you have supporting documentation to show you a contract with them, with the independent contractor between the legal services provider and the district attorney's office or the county?
The contracts typically are not provided as part of the supporting documentation. It can be requested, but
From you or from the DA's office?
if I have it, I will provide it.
That wasn't what he asked you.
If I don't have it and it's something that I can't get, then I wouldn't be able.
The answer is you'd have to get it from Fani Willis. So send her the subpoena, tell her to bring the stuff, and show us.
Because
Simple.
this is sounding to me kind of like the Wild West. Very little control from Fulton County over a $36 million budget.
Yep.
You don't know how much of that is spent on professional services, who is hired, how much they're paid per hour, what their total compensation is. Yet you're being asked to provide $36.6 million a year that you know encompasses a number of those type of independent contractors that you're funding with no oversight or control, right?
Yeah, the Board of Commissioners has no oversight over the district attorney.
So your
There you have
only
it.
control is the power of the purse,
That's it.
whether you
No control over Fani Willis.
continue funding money that can be used for those purposes, or whether you restrict that funding. Is that fair, Chairman Pitts? I guess that's really your question.
Could you repeat that, Mr. Chairman?
So your only control is the power of the purse, is either granting or rejecting requests for additional funding from the DA's office.
That's correct.
Okay. And that has to be based upon assurances presented to you by the DA as to why she would need particular.
Yep, just got to take her
amounts of
word for it.
funding.
Right. The DA can come before the board and make a request at any time. And we would consider the request, and if we agree, then we'll grant it.
Right.
If we disagree, then we won't grant it.
And in that request, do you require her to give some specifics? Some who I want to hire, why I need to hire somebody, how much I want to pay them, what's going to be the cap on their
We don't
service?
get into that sort of detail.
Why not?
Would make a case as to why the need is there and what it would cost. But as far as individual names and what the compensation for a given individual would be, we don't get that kind of detail, nor do we ask it.
Did DA Willis ever make a request for specific funding for a special assistant DA, prosecuting
No.
DA for for Mr. Wade?
Not to my knowledge.
And is her position that she doesn't have to ask or provide that information to the county in order to make a supplemental funding request?
Well, again, the
answer is
with
yes,
respect
Rob.
To the special prosecutor, that's solely the purview of the district attorney, unlike the outside counsel.
All right. But you fund the district attorney based upon her stated needs or her requests for funding, right?
Correct.
Okay. In her budget request, does she have a category for special prosecutors?
No.
I don't recall seeing a special category.
So basically, I could ask the questions and I can answer them, and it would make this a lot easier.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I would have to say that she, as have prior district attorneys, have asked for resources, trial expense resources,
Right.
without it being specific to X amount for a special prosecutor or X amount for expert witnesses or, things like that. I think that it's been more like we know we have these major prosecutorial matters that will be moving forward and will require additional resources, but I don't recall there being any specific line item details necessarily associated with that.
All right. So we heard testimony at a previous meeting that there was a team of at least 10 assistant DAs working on an election interference case, and at least 3 special counsel that are being paid as independent contractors, including Mr. Wade. Was that ever described to the county commission in any of the
No.
funding requests?
I don't recall that coming before the board.
So she never came to you and said, I'm going to need a lot of money here to conduct this prosecution of, now there's 16 different defendants.
No.
I'm going to call it the election interference case. Was that ever expressed to the county commission that that's part of why you were asked to give 36.6 million?
No.
Again,
It's a simple question. Answer it.
Not
Answer's
with-
no.
that level of detail. So again, trial expenses.
Just generically, not even for the type of prosecution.
I I want to say for the 23 budget, and I will have to go back and verify this, that there was some communication where she identified a need for resources because she expected to have to retry a case that had been a high profile case, as well as
Tex
the,
MacGyver.
uh,
She's talking about the Tex MacGyver case.
gang.
They didn't
matters
try it. They
that
cut a
she
plea
has.
deal.
I think there are a couple of those, and the elections, the elections interference matter as well. But again, it was a lump sum, not specific with line item details.
Right. So you think that was in her budget request, perhaps in 23? Are we talking about Young Thug trial that's been it's gone on forever and ever?
No,
so
the Tex
far, or
MacGyver
different
case.
Gang related.
Again, I can
believe
ask the
there is
questions and I
more
can
than
also give you the
one,
answers to most of these things.
gang-related, large-scale prosecutorial matter. But yes, sir, that would be one of them.
And you think she may have also itemized the election interference case would require additional funds or categorize that as an area of needed funding?
Yes, sir. Again, I would have to go back and look. Well, I don't, because.
You don't have to go back anymore. You've got your right-hand woman right there to help you.
So, yes, sir. That was Sabrina McTier, the county's budget manager. So this is from the 23 budget enhancement request. And the description says, and I'll just read it, the general rule, the more complicated a case, the more likely expert witnesses, e.g. professional services are needed. That was in parentheses. State versus Tex MacGyver has been remanded to this office. This
But they
case
cut a plea.
alone
They
cost
didn't try Tex MacGyver. They didn't need
$675,000
this
in
money.
professional services. I have this case and several anti-corruption cases that are being litigated in 23. It is sufficient to enhance this budget, and the request was $1.1 million.
So that was for Tex MacGyver and any other public corruption case.
Yes,
Tex
sir. So
MacGyver was
that's
a
the
murder case. It
kind
wasn't a
of
public corruption case.
description that I was perhaps not doing a very good job of,
No, you're doing great.
expressing, but
You're doing great. And as far as your recollection, Chairman Pitts, is that she never named that she would need a special prosecutor on any election interference case.
Not that I recall, sir.
Certainly never told you the names of who she might be hiring or how much she was going to have to pay them.
Not that I recall, sir.
Did she make other budget enhancement requests back in 2023, 21, or 22? I can't remember exactly when she was sworn in. Y'all know that?
Madam DA was sworn in and began her term.
She
in
wants everybody to call
2021.
her Madam DA.
So we did receive enhancement request from her for the 22 budget cycle, the 23 and the 24.
Okay. What was the $5 million enhancement request for clearing up homicide backlogs? Do y'all recall that? That was testified to your last meeting.
That was a request that came through in the middle of 2021. She requested additional staff to support a number of items, the outstanding homicide situation being one of them. Ultimately, in 2021, through a budget amendment process that we call budget soundings, the Board of Commissioners did authorize her to have funding for an additional 55 positions.
Wow.
It was a mix of attorneys, investigators, and administrative
55
support personnel.
attorneys,
And
all practicing
in
on salary,
21, the
criminal
cost that
lawyers,
was
and they
necessary to
can't
begin
handle the
to-
work. So she's got to
to,
hire an
onboard
outside.
those positions because she would not be able
private
to do all
lawyer.
55 at one time. Was less than 800,000. I think the budget soundings was 780,000 and some change. But the full annual cost for that is the $5 million. And so we built that in then to her 2022 budget with the full year funding for all of the positions that the board awarded her mid-year in 2021.
And was there any mention in that $5 million enhancement request that that would be needed for any type of public corruption investigation?
I will have to go back to the source document
Oh.
to confirm that.
What do you call that source document? Because I'm going to want to make sure I have adequately identified what I need to be produced.
Why don't you show it to us?
I would call it a budget soundings request.
Let me see it.
And
I want to see it.
can you provide those to me without me submitting an additional subpoena? I think they're included in what I've asked for. It just, I may not have been as specific because I didn't know what to call it.
Yes, sir. I had intended to include the 2021 soundings information as part of the request for the budget information that was already included.
And you can just follow up and get that to me or Secretary Cook at your convenience. And if you would do that for any of those sounding requests for 21, 22, 23, and 24, just to keep me up to speed. Because Chairman Pitts, what I am hearing from you is that the Board of Commissioners never got any kind of specific request for additional funding to prosecute any election interference cases, other
Not,
than that generic 1 million, in 23.
not that I recall, sir.
And no specific information about who needed to be hired as an independent contractor or what they would cost. I understand Governor Barnes was too expensive, and I just didn't know if that's that y'all
Well, he's in the room.
figured
Ask
that
him.
out or she ruled him out.
He
for that
represents
reason.
Fani Willis.
Not that I recall.
Oh, he speaks up. There's Governor
He's
Barnes.
He's a gun for hire if anybody out there is paying attention. And pleasure to have you in the audience with us today, Governor Barnes.
Well, he represents Fani Willis.
And I'm just wanting us to get a
I wonder if she
feeling
paid
and,
him with campaign
for exactly
money
how
or
much
personal
oversight there
money
is.
or
It sounds like it's very
cash from the
loose
mattress.
as far as employment practices and expenditures for independent contractors.
Yeah, that information doesn't come before the board.
Only you have to peel it out in these soundings and in the annual audit and in the budget submissions as she gives you the categories of what she needs.
That's correct. And when budget soundings come before the board, there's a little more detail and more specifics.
Probably pretty difficult politically for you and the Board of Commissioners to reject a request for needed funding to clear up a backlog in homicide cases, right?
Oh, well, let's not let politics stop us from doing the right thing, Rob.
I mean, we had such a tremendous number of cases that were so-called, had been there for up in the thousands.
For decades. There's been a
And
backlog for
we
decades.
decided that the 75 million from the ARPA funds has already been referenced by Ms. Whitmore.
Right.
So in order to, we threw 75 million of I think we received a total federal allocation of about 206 million in ARPA funds, and 75 million of that 206 million went to the justice system.
With no
The
follow-up
justice
to make
system
sure it was
is
spent
Everything
as
that,
she explained she
CFO
was
has
going to spend it on the murder
So that was
backlog.
back in the fall of 2021. It was about the same time Mr. Wade was being hired. And it wasn't mentioned to you that any of the enhanced money was going to go towards Mr. Wade or any other special prosecutor to prosecute election interference.
No, it was my understanding that 75 million was to be used for the justice system, and specifically, to reduce the tremendous backlog that we had.
But she
And
didn't do
there
it.
was a $5 million enhancement that was from county funds, not the ORCA funds. Or is that the same money?
Is that the same money?
The 5 million is general fund,
Okay.
county.
And in that request, that was on top of the ORCA funds to get rid of the backlog of homicide cases.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir. She actually asked for over 100 positions. When she made the request, and the way in which we addressed it was we already had the backlog program in development, and so we identified a certain number that would be funded through the backlog project out of the ARPA resources, and the balance we provided for out of the county's general fund.
And this is back in the fall of 2021.
Yes, sir.
2 years before her 1.1 million request for public corruption and Tex MacGyver.
Yes, sir.
Did she ever report back to you the progress being made? What kind of bang you were getting for your buck? You're giving her tens of millions of dollars in either ORCA funds or federal, state, county general funds to get rid of this backlog. Did she do it?
I don't recall any specific report back to the board.
No,
from
the answer is
district
no,
attorney.
Rob. She didn't.
However, at each meeting of the board, we would receive an update on progress that was being made. That's accurate, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, sir. As part of our global pandemic response, we presented the Board of Commissioners with an update for a while at every board meeting, and then eventually at just one meeting a month to update them on our progress using our ARPA resources, and specifically on the backlog project, showing total backlog cases, progression of those cases through the system. And so we've been reporting on that regularly up until February of this year due to our cyber incident. So we are almost ready to begin that reporting process. Again, the last report that we made of the progress of Project Orca was in January at the second meeting of the Board of Commissioners in January, and that was for progress through the end of 2023.
So would that list the number of homicide cases that are pending and how many are being resolved on a monthly basis?
It doesn't list case type. It lists the total number of projects, the total number of cases by each of the players, if you will, the solicitor, the magistrate court, the district attorney, and then Superior Court and State Court. So we kind of track the progress of the cases from the two prosecutors, from the solicitor and the district attorney, into their respective courts, and then we track the progress that the courts themselves are making in fully adjudicating the cases. So that information is all presented to the board in a chart and discussion, and what's happening, all the various different things that we had to do in order to, see that line make the progression that we were looking for.
So how many backlog cases were there? Do you have a ballpark figure how bad this got back in 2021? We're a year into the pandemic.
You
Courts
can't
are not
blame it on the
trying
pandemic.
cases.
It goes back decades.
Oh, wow. You got a full color report there. Is that my
Thousands.
notebook?
We'll get an exact number. It was.
We started our drop date that we used to define our backlog cases was December 6, 2021. And we started with a total of 148,209 open and active cases in any stage.
That included solicitor's office
Yes.
that prosecutes
Yes.
misdemeanors.
Across
and
the justice
DA's
system.
office that prosecutes the felony offenses.
Yes, sir.
Does it break them out? How many are state court versus superior court?
The state court, the starting point for the state court was 20,124.
So the vast majority of them, or at least 2/3 of them. What's the superior court?
Superior court was 15,888.
Okay. Then you got magistrate courts as well, I guess. or-
Magistrate court was 39,435.
And And that can be everything from a speeding ticket to parking ticket, very minor things.
Variety of,
Okay.
yes, sir.
What else you got? Municipal court, I guess?
The Solicitor General had 56,462 at the starting point.
The solicitor handles
And
misdemeanors.
the District Attorney had 16,300.
Where's the 16.3 now, or at the end of 2023? Has the DA used all these millions to any good to catch up?
From our report in January, the District Attorney's number was 130 cases that were the original ORCA. So this is only tracking the cases that were considered in the ORCA backlog that started at 148. So again, that these resources were only supposed to be focused on reducing those cases. There were still new cases, of course, that come into the system since that point in time.
Right.
And this report does not talk about those. This is specifically focused on those ORCA cases.
Those new ones are not funded through the ORCA funding.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
That makes sense.
Those two numbers will start in January.
For who?
The start for the DA, you started at 16,300 and ended up with 130.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that was from fall of-
December 6th of 2021 through 12/31/2023.
and we can't discern whether they're dismissed cases, whether they're plea bargain cases, or trials to a verdict.
Not from this report. No, sir.
No,
They
because
just
you
got
got to ask
out of the
Fani
system,
Willis. You got to
resolved
subpoena
one way or
her.
another.
So for the District Attorney, they were either moved on to Superior Court, which is where her cases would typically go, which means she still has to then prosecute them. But what we were tracking is, the cases that she had where, they were still sitting in, per se, in her queue, if you will. So from 16.3 down to 130, they either moved on into the further into the prosecutorial process, or yes, they were dismissed, or whatever the other term is that you would use when a court case doesn't progress, when a matter doesn't progress.
Did your reporting requirements for these ORCA funds require any detail as to the successful completion of the
No.
case, whether there was a conviction or a plea, or they just dismissed it, or did they break it down for you that way? Or just one lump sum number of these cases are resolved, they're no longer in our system, in our queue?
We did not require that level of reporting to the Board of Commissioners. We do have, I believe, that level of reporting from our criminal justice system, but it's just not included in what we reported to the board.
And does that criminal justice system of Fulton County prepare a report giving those annual updates or dispositions of cases?
They have not. This is something that the executive team worked on. For Project ORCA, there was a steering committee that was established that, like the chief judge of Superior Court, chief judge of State Court, magistrate court, chief judge, the clerk of Superior Magistrate Court, they all participated in the steering committee process. Our former COO, Alton Adams, guided them through that process. So there was no explicit reporting requirement for that detailed level of information made by the board to the group. But the board did want to see, the results of their efforts. So, Mr. Alton worked with the judicial partners in developing the information that was reported back to the Board of Commissioners.
So you think that criminal coordinating council, or whatever they're called, kept data that specific as to the outcomes of the cases?
I think it's in our system and can be pulled out. I don't know. I didn't participate in
I
those sessions,
understand.
so I don't really know what they did
Who
with that
would you
information.
recommend me asking to pull that data out? Who should I submit a request for, ask to come testify to us?
Fani Willis.
Yeah, probably Alton, huh?
Perhaps Mr. Adams, Alton
He's no
Adams.
longer the COO.
He is semi-retired.
Fanny Willis can answer
He
all
is continuing to work with the
Fanny
county
Willis.
as a fee-based employee to help
Is a
us
fee-based employee? Is
move
that like
further
Nathan
down the
Wade?
road with the potential replacement jail project.
Mr. Adams, a fee-based employee? Does that mean he's still working just on an hourly basis?
Yes,
or
sir.
Kind of a consulting type thing?
Project more specific to the project, the jail replacement jail project.
Okay, so that's the project, replacement jail project?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks. All right, this might be a nice time for a little break. Would you guys appreciate or need a little bathroom break, a little stretch your legs type thing? We're going to recess for about 10, maybe 15 minutes here, and then I'll try to start wrapping some things up. But I know it's a broad range of questions, but you're helping educate our committee. Thank you so much. We'll take a break.
All right. Well, they're on break. I guess it's 11:45. They need to stretch their legs and go to the restroom. The comments in this chat today are really, really good. A lot of folks are asking the right questions and looking at the right issues, at least in my experience. There's some things that I know that I would like to see asked. I wish that they would ask more focused questions, maybe ask leading questions, focus more on what money was given to Fani Willis and exactly what she did with it versus what she said she was going to do with it. We have learned a lot of things that we already suspected here. Like, for example, we suspected that basically they gave Willis a big pot of money and she just decided to spend it however the hell she wanted to without regard to anything. Basically, she may put like a line item, well, I need it for such and such purpose. But once she gets the money, she claims that she can do whatever she wants with it. So people have said, okay, what is the purpose of this hearing today? Well, this committee cannot, they can't fire anybody. They can't put the DA in jail. They can't take any kind of direct action, but what they can do, okay? And I think what you're going to see is some legislation, perhaps coming from the you're going to see some legislation coming from this committee through the Senate that's going to do a number of things. Probably you're going to see the power of oversight given to counties with respect to constitutional officers such as district attorneys and sheriffs. You're going to probably see more control and oversight over how they get and spend their money. What we have seen here today is basically like the senator said, it's just sort of the wild, wild west in terms of the budgeting and the financing and all of those things. In addition, though, I want to see more specific, detailed questions about how the district attorney's office went about hiring these special prosecutors. Was there ever any requirement that they go through a bid process for these contracts? This appears to be no bid contracts given to people, in some cases based on nepotism. Ask these people, ask Robb Pitts, the chairman of the county commission, ask him about nepotism. What does the county do about nepotism? Does the county have policies about nepotism? What happens when somebody violates the rules on nepotism? What happens when people in other departments make a budget request based on some kind of line item and they use it on something else? What is the difference? What is Willis escaping because of the fact that she's a constitutional officer? If you're in charge of any other county agency, let's just say the water department or whatever, and you submit a budget item for a certain type of expenditure, but you use it on something else, what are the consequences for that? And so we want to compare the differences in how these constitutional officers get to spend their money versus everybody else in the county. And while we're at it, let's talk about the ethics board. Let's talk about why the county ethics board cannot and, apparently and fails to take any action when there are alleged ethics violations by constitutional officers such as Willis. For example, we know that they've got to report any monies, gifts given to them by people that are people that are doing business with the county. If they get a gift from a contractor that's more than $100, they've got to disclose it. We know that Willis did not disclose it, and she said that she doesn't have to because she's a constitutional officer. She says that she answers only to the voters. Well, maybe that's true, but what can the county commission do? Can they still write up a report and say, okay, well, even though this is not binding, we still find that you violated the rules of ethics? Why can't they at least do that? If they feel that they can't take any direct action, why can't they take some advisory action and issue an opinion and say, we think you violated these ethics rules in the following way? And in addition, can the Senate and the state legislature create an entity? We know there's one on the state level. There's a state ethics board, but they deal mostly, as I understand it, with campaign-related issues and how, elected officials or candidates maybe allegedly misspend campaign money. So why can't we give some teeth to some ethics entity to provide oversight on some of these things? So these are all the questions that I want to see sort of asked, and the subject matter that I want to see getting into. But I want to hear what I got to remove the local stream. Apologize. It just died on me. So I will just have to cancel that one. All right. So in any event, I want to know what you guys think. I'm offering my opinions, and that's all they are, is my opinions. I want to know what you think. Weigh in on the comments. Let me know what you're thinking. How do you think the hearing's going today? Would you ask different questions? How do you think these witnesses are doing? Are they being truthful? Are they being untruthful? Are they obfuscating? Were they properly prepared? And by the way, if they brought documents, I want to see them. I would like to know why, if there's documents that were requested, why aren't they put up on some kind of a display in that committee room so we can all see them? Okay. That's kind of, it's great that they're live streaming this, but I feel like a big piece of it's being left out because we're not seeing the documents. All right. So, good afternoon from the Netherlands. I'm shocked at how many people from Europe and around the world are here. Welcome to all of you. We've got 2,000, almost 2,200 people in here. Do me a favor, hit that like button. That helps the algorithm. It's just a way to say you like the content, but it's also a way to help YouTube know to show other people this content if they're interested in this kind of thing. So thank you all very much. Please hit that like button. If you're watching and you're not a subscriber, please subscribe. Before we started, I was somewhere north of 26,000. I'm trying to get to 30,000 subscribers. That's my next goal. So please subscribe and tell others as well to consider subscribing so that we can get to our next goal. All right. I want to see if we can get to some questions. All right. So this is not really a question. That this is so you heard the witness, I think, refer to Madam DA. It's my understanding that's what she wants people to refer to her as. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, she has referred to herself in that capacity. There's nothing wrong with it. I guess I just find it a little bit strange. Very, very odd. Georgia Patriot says, and thank you for the super chat, by the way. That's what helps us continue to be able to, and me, to bring you this type of content now and in the future. If Fani keeps her job, Georgia needs to elect Jeff Davis to the Court of Appeals May 21st. Research him and vote for judicial ethics in Georgia, which brings me to a very good point. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the comment. Georgia's elections for, the primaries are this month. Early voting, I think, is underway now. And the judges are in what's called a nonpartisan primary. So if you pull a Republican ballot or if you pull a Democrat ballot, you're going to get the races in, the party races, but you're also going to get all the judges races. And Judge Scott McAfee is on the ballot. And because the Secretary of State has disqualified one of the 3 people in that race, it's just down to McAfee and one other guy. And by the way, while we have a minute, I'll show you this other guy. This is Robert Patillo. This is a social media post that he had made previously regarding his feelings about former President Trump. If he were to win this race, and it might very well happen later this month, if he were to win this race, he would take over the RICO case against Donald Trump effective the 1st of next year, because he would take office to succeed Judge McAfee. He's probably subject to a motion to be recused because of his obvious bias against the defendant. But this is what may happen this month. We may very well see a new person basically taking over that judgeship. It could easily happen. This guy was handpicked by Willis to run against McAfee, and little birdies are telling me that it looks like Willis's campaign apparatus is trying to make sure people get out to vote for Judge McAfee's opponent, because Judge McAfee, whether you like him or not, he's not exactly been a rubber stamp for Fani Willis. He didn't rule the way a lot of people, myself included, thought he should rule on the disqualification, but he's not been a rubber stamp for her, and I bet she doesn't like it, so she wants this other guy to take his job. All right, so that's coming up later this month. We shall find out. It's a 2-person race. Whoever gets the most, 50% plus 1, wins that race. All right. Kiana McAfee didn't stand a chance in Fulton County, and there's a lot of people that share that view. Especially, I think that in retrospect, the smartest thing he could have done is when he had been a judge like 2 months or something. He was appointed by the governor. If he had simply said, I don't want to take this case, he could recuse himself for any reason, and it would have been assigned to another judge. And then he probably would not have drawn opposition, and he would be secure in his judgeship and his reelection. But nevertheless, here we are. All right. So Judge Glanville refers to ADA Love as Madam. Well, I don't, that's true, but I don't think it's in the same context. I think that's just lawyers being courtesy to each other. It's like saying, sir, or referring to me as Mr. Holloway instead of calling me Phil, which they all do when we're not in court. It's not the same thing as the boss at the DA's office expecting or wanting people to refer to you almost in the third person as Madam DA. All right. Looks like I'm looking at the hearing. It's still in, they're on a break. It's been about 7 or 8 minutes. All right. So Keith is asking who oversees the fund that are given to Willis, and that's sort of what this is all about. The answer apparently is nobody. Okay, once they give her X number of dollars, she just uses that however she sees fit, and that's kind of the point in all this. There is literally like no oversight. All right. Ashley is the legal pit. She really is. I call Ashley Merchant the Aaron Brockovich of all this. I wonder though, and I want to hear what you guys think. Tell me in the comments if you agree. I think that what we might be seeing here, this might be a setup to sort of setting the stage for the next round of subpoenas to maybe include one to Fani Willis. And if that's the case, is she going to file some motion with a court somewhere to quash the subpoena? After all, I think that, she was gnashing at the bit to run into that courtroom to testify under oath, but I think maybe she learned her lesson. And I would imagine that she does not want to have to answer questions about all this to the Senate. But I think she will be perhaps one of the next ones that will be subpoenaed. Ryan, I think, agrees with me. Does anybody disagree with me? Does anybody think that Willis is not going to be subpoenaed? Michael points out if there's no oversight, then I guess she really can do whatever she wants with the money, which is a county problem they need to address with new legislation. That's exactly right. And the new legislation, that is what this committee can do. They can propose new legislation that can perhaps deal with not only this budget oversight, but they can pass legislation that deals with nepotism. Okay, with whether they could basically make it illegal for prosecutors, elected DAs like this, to hire private lawyers as vendors for the county, essentially, and use them in lieu of a traditional assistant DA, who, by the way, would be on salary and not billing by the hour. So they could outlaw that practice altogether. And frankly, I think they should, because nobody else in the state of Georgia does this. This is limited to essentially Fulton County. It's a very bizarre situation. And I've honestly, in my career here, I've never seen it, any DA's office do it like this. All right. So looks like they are still on break. We'll keep an eye on that. All right, let's check in on the comments here. I really appreciate it. I appreciate Brenda, appreciate you saying that. These are just my opinions. They are not necessarily the gospel truth. And the point here is to bring you inside the justice system so that you can see what it's really like. I don't necessarily have the answers to a lot of the problems, but sometimes I'm able to see and identify issues that the public may not otherwise be aware of. And so that's kind of the point of all this. Oh, and thank you very much for the super chat. If you like the content, obviously go ahead, please subscribe, hit the like button. You can also find other links in the descriptions to these shows and other ways to support Inside the Law, so that I can continue to, maybe I can quit practicing law one day and just do this. That would be my goal, because this honestly sure would beat the hell out of practicing law all day, every day. This would be ideal, but supporting the channel helps me continue to do that. And perhaps, maybe, who knows, maybe one day it can be something that can be done full time. So I appreciate all of you for being here. I appreciate the members who have joined the channel. I appreciate those of you who are gifting memberships to other people. All of those things help, and they are genuinely appreciated. All right, so it's 11:59. They've been out, I guess, using the restroom or doing whatever they need to do for 15 minutes or so. And I'm not even going to try to pronounce your name, but I appreciate I appreciate that. And look, my accent is what it is, and it's not as much as it used to be when I was younger and lived in other parts of the state of Georgia. It was much more pronounced. So thankfully, you don't need a translator to understand what I'm saying in my Southern accent. Brenda is no, I'm not interested in running for DA. In fact, even if I wanted to, qualification was in March. That window of opportunity is closed. But we do have some people running. There's one guy running against Willis as a Democrat, and another one, Courtney Kramer, running as a Republican. I actually had dinner with her and her boyfriend last night, talked about a lot of the stuff. She's got a lot of great ideas. And you should consider finding her website and checking that out to support her. But in any event, Willis has two opponents. It's hard to beat an incumbent, guys. It's very hard to beat an incumbent, and that includes judges. But I think the exception to that rule is with Judge McAfee. I think that he is particularly vulnerable for all the reasons that we've been talking about. So Michael is referring to chat boss Megan. I like to call Megan the chat boss. She is a moderator. She's doing a very good job keeping everybody in line and making sure they behave in the chat, which we've had an amazing chat here today. It's been really something to watch. You guys are very insightful and entertaining, and I really appreciate it, because when we're just watching these live streams like this, the chat is where the action is. Thank you very much for the super chat. Fani Willis gets sued by a father whose son he locked wrongly. I don't know what that's in reference to, but I know that she does get sued. And just yesterday, we had a live stream talking about a lawsuit where she's been accused of racketeering by a state legislator who was a victim in a stalking case. Her name's Misha Maynor. Go back, and if you weren't part of it and didn't check out yesterday, go look at the video from yesterday, the live stream where we went over the complaint, the lawsuit filed by Representative Maynor. The allegations in that are absolutely shocking, and I'm working to get Representative Maynor and her attorney perhaps to come here inside the law and join us to talk about that litigation. Question here: did I see the interview with Judge McAfee's not running mate, his opponent? Yeah, he's that was this is the only thing I can this is the Robert Patel. This is who's running, and this is a social media post from I think February before he was a candidate. And this is who would take over the Trump RICO prosecution. All right. Once again, thank you very much for the super chat. Much appreciated. Looking back in on the Senate, they're still using the bathroom, folks. And unfortunately, I'm out of water, but I'm not going anywhere. Let's check in on some more comments. As a general rule, I agree, Eureka Hope, we need more principled lawyers and judges. And I mean, who can argue with that? I mean, obviously, I think that we can make a very strong case for that. Someone is gifting memberships. I guess Michael is gifting membership. Thank you so much. I missed that one. Let's see. Michael gifted a number of memberships. Here it is. 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Michael. We appreciate it. All right. They are still on their restroom break. What do you guys think? What is your prediction? Put it in the comments for me. What is your prediction? What do you think the Senate is going to do when they conclude this investigation? Are they going to do anything meaningful with legislation, or are they going to maybe miss out on an opportunity? I'd like to know what you think. And while I'm waiting on those answers, Chip points out Misha switched parties from D to R. She did. And she made the news for that. And it was because she broke with her party. There was legislation underway to create a state entity, an agency to do oversight of prosecutors, just like they have one for judges. Certain prosecutors, Willis included, opposed that. And generally speaking, most Democrats opposed it in the state legislature. Misha Maynor had been a victim of a stalking case and was none too pleased with how she was treated by Fani Willis and Fani Willis's office, and even the DA's office under the prior DA, Paul Howard. And so she had a very personal reason for feeling very strongly that there should be some oversight. And so she broke with her party over that issue and became a Republican. Yes, Mary, we're talking about Misha Maynor. That's right. You look at yesterday's live stream. We did a long discussion. I broke down the lawsuit where she's suing Fani Willis and Commissioner Marvin Arrington. And for those of you, by the way, while we have a minute, I want to show you this video. This is a 27-second excerpt of a recent Fulton County Commission meeting, and you can see our witness today, Robb Pitts, doing his best to maintain order.
We got a signed letter of intent. Shut up.
Just come on, just a minute.
Shut up. I'm talking.
Just a minute.
You're
I'm
not talking to me.
Shut
You're
up.
not talking to me.
Shut up. I'm talking.
Make me.
I'm talking.
Make me.
I'm talking.
Make
It's
me.
my time.
Make
It's
me.
my time.
Make me shut up.
It's my time.
I didn't think so.
Yeah.
Is that off?
No, I got
So there you have Robb Pitts in the middle there as in his position as chairman, and he's doing his best to maintain order. The gentleman that was, I guess, making all the noise is also a defendant in Representative Mainer's lawsuit because he represented a defendant who was stalking Representative Mainer. And I got a, oh boy, let me see if I can, there was some jail calls that were recorded. And yesterday I did not have it, but today I do. And let me see if we have a second, if I can find it. I want to see if I can play some of this for you. This is a recorded call between that commissioner and his client who was in jail. And he has some interesting things to say about Representative Mainer.
Like, look, this bitch is crazy, right? He's just dropping it in her ear. I mean, hopefully we'll be done before Fani gets in there. But if we aren't, I need her to, you know, at least know what's going on.
I hope you could hear that. I didn't prepare this too well. I could have done that a different way, but since we're just kind of biding our time for the committee to come back, that was a recorded jail call. First off, you've got a commissioner who is representing somebody who's in jail. So on the one hand, Fani Willis goes to the commission and asking for money. And I guess when he's wearing a different hat, he's trying to get Fani Willis to cut a deal for his client who is allegedly stalking the state representative. So that's what yesterday's live stream was all about. And that's just one of the recorded jail calls. And why a criminal lawyer is on a recorded line discussing cases with their client, I don't know. But it destroys attorney-client privilege for one thing. And it's just not something I don't know if I see Megan is in here. Megan, do you want to come in and say hi real quick? Just give me the thumbs up. This is our chat boss, Megan, who, let's just bring her in and say hi real quick while we're waiting. And why a criminal lawyer is on a recorded line. I think I caught her off guard. Client, I don't know, but it destroys attorney-client privilege for one thing. All right, that's just so that's who you're dealing. That's chat boss Megan. She's a few seconds behind. I can see that she's obviously got it playing on her phone. So anyway, I just wanted to introduce you guys. That's chat boss Megan, and she's doing a very great job, and I'm very thankful for her as a mod in here. All right, so apparently there were some very full bladders. The committee, the Special Committee on Investigations is still on their 10-minute break or 12-minute break has turned into almost 20 minutes by my count. All right, so let's check back in on the comments while we're waiting. Coco says hi, Megan. Let's see. Megan gets fired up. Yes. And this is the one I meant to. Chip says your hair looks great. So that's awesome. She always does a very good job. We really appreciate her. Yeah. So I'm in touch with Robert. And we've been talking about maybe doing a co-stream or something like that when we can get our schedules to sync up. But yes, something like that is absolutely in the works with Robert Gouveia. All right, so we're still waiting on the Senate to come back. What we've heard testimony from is Chairman Robb Pitts, as well as the chief financial officer for the county. And what we've been hearing is that Fani Willis asks for a lot of money and gets a lot of money, but has very little to no oversight. So what we're thinking is that what we're thinking is that the committee is going to recommend some legislation to change that. But what we haven't heard a lot about is how Fani Willis went about selecting these independent contractors, these outside contract lawyers that she pays a lot more than she pays her prosecutors. I want to know, I would like to know what the witness's opinion is. I mean, what does he think about that? I mean, obviously it's a matter of opinion, but I would be curious to know what the chairman of the county commission thinks about how this whole thing has gone down. He's admitted that he has very little control, but what is his opinion? Does he wish he had more control? How does he feel about not being able to control a department head when they come to you and say, look, we need this many millions of dollars for all these specific things, but then they use them on just whatever willy-nilly they want to? What's his opinion on that? Does he agree with that? Is he frustrated by it? I would like to know that. I really wish I could get in there and ask questions of these witnesses, to be honest with you, because honestly, I think I can answer a lot of the questions as well. All right. So, all right. So you're right. I should ask before putting Megan on. To be fair, I did. And I did not see, I can see her in the bottom of my screen. Y'all can't. I did not get the thumbs down from her. So I thought that I had approval, but I apologize, Megan. Sorry about putting you on the spot. Did not mean to embarrass her. All right. This interesting comment here. Don't hate me. Caustic Chameleon says, I'm grateful to Fani and her shenanigans. She has inadvertently exposed how corrupt Fulton County is and has been. I don't believe we've gotten to the bottom, and I don't think we've gotten to the bottom of it either. And the silver lining to all this is we are now beginning to see, we're beginning to see the ugly underbelly of Fulton County governance and how certain prosecutors can choose to run their office. That's the whole point of Inside the Law here, is we want to show you the good, the bad, and even the sometimes ugly of the real justice system. And this county and this office, this court system is the gift that keeps on giving to this channel, because we've got so many things that we can look at in so many different contexts. Like the Misha Maynor, we got to look at a civil lawsuit. It involves some of the same cast of characters, but little different issues. All right. Megan, I see you looking at me. Do you want to come in? Just give me the thumbs up or the thumbs down. Oh, she wants to come in. All right. Megan, how's it going? I need somebody else to talk. So what do you think? What do you think about today?
Oh, well, I was at work and I had to rush home because I was thinking about that old check registry that used to come in the box of books or the box of checks that we had back in the day.
Perhaps old school accounting. Yeah.
Perhaps that needs to be brought back. I've never seen, I mean, I would assume that Fulton County is, well, I don't know. Fulton County, Cobb County, not every county in Georgia operates this way. Do they?
No, they don't. And as I've pointed out, Fulton County, I don't, Ashley Merchant told me that she found one other limited example of another DA's office in Georgia that had a need to bring in an outside, like private contractor type lawyer to handle something kind of minor and very specific, but it was at a much lower, it's more along the lines of what a court appointed, defense lawyer for an indigent client would make. And the people they brought in were people that were prosecutors. They were part-time, what we call solicitors, to handle misdemeanor cases in other courts. So these are people that are actually prosecutors, and they're working at a more customary rate. But she said she found one limited example of that, but by and large, Fulton County is the only one that does this.
So I remember a couple of years ago, or I guess it was last year or the year before that, DeSantis actually fired a district attorney here in Florida. There's no such in Georgia.
No, there's no mechanism for that. There's no recall. If she were to be indicted for a felony, the governor could suspend her, but that's the only way. And other than that, it's up to the voters. There's no mechanism under Georgia law for the governor to intervene in this at all. And there are people that, that obviously there are critics of Governor Kemp. There are people that support him, people in the middle, and some people don't even know who the hell he is. But one of the big criticisms that I often see is that Kemp should do something about all this. He can't. If he wanted to, he's got no authority at all to inject himself in this. And it's not like other states, Florida, for example, where the governor does have some authority. He doesn't. And so, like him or don't like him, to be perfectly fair to the man, he has no ability to intervene at all with any of this stuff.
Well, it sounds like they need to stop with these hearings and start putting some laws into place.
Yeah, the legislature is not even, our legislature is part-time. They are not currently in session. This is a special out of session committee meeting by this committee, which look, it's very unusual, but this committee it only got underway. I think it was well over halfway through the legislative session before this committee even was stood up and they appointed members and all that. So I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to get as much of their work done in the off season, so to speak, so that next legislative session they can have some concrete proposals for things that they can propose that might get to the bottom of some of this. What I want to see, and what I've told some people on the committee personally, I've said what I'd like to see is I'd like to see laws dealing with conflicts of interest. I'd like to see oversight of spending. I would like to see laws against nepotism in this, in sort of the granting of these contracts, because it invariably leads to problems. And so if the legislature can rein in some of this, maybe we won't ever see anything like this again.
Hopefully so.
All right. Well, it's 12:17. They are still apparently using the restroom. Did you guys notice that we've been talking about speaking of governors, former governor Roy Barnes is in the room. He represents Fani Willis, apparently, I guess in connection with this committee's investigation.
Back together. Appreciate y'all accommodating this little break. Keep everybody comfortable, and we will try to forge ahead here in short order. My intention always is for these meetings to last 2 to 3 hours. I think you kind of lose your energy if we go much longer than that, and it's such an imposition on you witnesses that have agreed to come. So we'll try to wrap this up in about an hour or so, and making good progress so far. I want to finish up a few of my thoughts, sort of the traveling down certain roads, and then Ms. Joe, I want to get you to give me a little information from the county attorney's perspective. So I'm happy to have you sitting there. Okay, Mr. Pitts, we were talking about the special outside counsel, the approval of it, and essentially this ORCA project and what its goals and intents were, and how it has successfully eliminated a lot of that backlog of the criminal cases that piled up during COVID. So you, as a commission, dedicated significant resources, both from the federal ARPA funds and from the county's coffers, to help staff up the DA's office in order to work through that backlog of cases, we'll call it. Mm-hmm. Fair enough? Okay. Yes. And it sounds like there was some accountability, at least telling the reduction in the cases, right, Ms. Whitmore, from what you were telling us. They are reporting on a regular basis as the progress that was made on those cases.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Maybe not as specific as I would love to see as what the disposition of the cases was, but we might be able to find that out through this other council. You got to tell me the name of it again. The judicial court system. What was it called?
It was the steering committee for Project ORCA.
All right. And they would probably be able to give me a more thorough explanation of what happened to those cases.
Yes, sir.
So basically, was the DA's office good stewards of the funds that you allocated to them to accomplish the purposes that you gave that money for? Is that fair enough to say? We're trying to monitor that somehow?
Through the reporting, yes, sir.
Okay. You could leave that microphone instead of having back and forth it if you want to.
Let's have it.
Okay. So, Mr. Pitts, I'm summarizing briefly, but it sounds like the DA has pretty wide discretion how they spend the money that you appropriate to them, and does not have to basically get any type of pre-approval for hiring independent special counsel to assist in the activities of the DA's office.
That's correct.
Okay. And doesn't have to even report back to you how the money was spent or who was hired as a independent contractor and how much they were paid.
That's correct.
Okay. Did the previous DA seek prior approval or use this mechanism of special prosecutors?
Sure. Oh, did he? I can't remember, Paul. I don't recall the previous Mr. Howard.
Yeah, and Paul Howard was
right.
DA for what, 20 years or so, right?
Quite a while.
Yeah.
Ever using a special prosecutor. He could have. I just don't recall.
Okay.
You?
No, I don't recall. I would have to research that.
Would you take a look at that? Because I haven't uncovered any use of special assistant district attorneys by the prior district attorney who was in office for a couple of decades.
Yeah, I believe that request number 12 at least would cover 4 years of Mr. Howard's tenure.
All
And
right.
it's for outside counsel by the office of the district attorney from 2016 to 2020. So I think that would cover that item.
You would be able to ascertain whether he had ever even utilized this device or this mechanism to sort of bolster his manpower in the DA's office.
During that period of time, yes, sir.
Okay. And I didn't want to be overly burdensome and ask you to go beyond 4 years back because I think that would capture the contrast between the two administrations. Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, are you satisfied with the transparency and the disclosures or the kind of keeping you in the loop by the DA's office on her use of special prosecutors?
Well, I mean, we've never had this situation before. I just don't recall under her predecessor, Mr. Howard, using a special prosecutor. So this is sort of new territory. Now with outside counsel, that's different because that is recommended by the county attorney.
On behalf of the county
Yes.
in civil matters?
Yes.
Okay. But you don't have recollection in all your years of service of previous DAs ever utilizing a special assistant district attorney?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
If they did, it was never brought to your attention or disclosed or publicized so that you would know about it.
That's correct.
And I think your position is that as a board, it's been communicated to you by the DA's office that she does not need your prior approval of such contracts.
Let me make sure I understand that.
The DA doesn't feel like she needs the prior approval of the county commission to hire independent contractors.
Well, technically and legally, she does not with respect to special prosecutors under these very, as I understand, very narrow circumstances. And I'm not sure how that's defined.
Well, let me help you with that because this process is set forth in the official code of Georgia annotated title 15-18-20. And I'll just read it into the record here. Under subparagraph A, the district attorney in each judicial circuit may employ such additional assistant district attorneys, deputy district attorneys, or other attorneys, investigators, paraprofessionals, clerical assistants, victim and witness assistance personnel, and other employees or independent contractors, as may be provided for by local law or as may be authorized by the governing authority of the county or counties comprising the judicial circuit. Now, Fulton County is a single county judicial circuit, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you are the governing authority as the Board of Commissioners of that county.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what you're saying is that you have never authorized her hiring independent contractors to assist in the prosecution of her duties.
That's correct. It wasn't required.
Well, this law requires it, but the county did not require it?
Surely
The
you knew it
distinction
was
again that I
illegal,
make
Rob.
is a distinction between outside counsel and the special prosecutor. It was always my understanding that the district attorney had the authority to hire a special prosecutor as he or she saw the need to do so.
And that's the position that Ms. Willis has stated to you as chairman of the commission, that she was not required to get prior approval or authority to hire Mr. Wade or anybody else for that matter.
Well, I didn't have a direct conversation with her about that, but that's just the way it is, and the way our understanding was that because it's a special prosecutor, it did not have to come before the board for approval. And I was asked that question quite a bit by the members of the media. Said, did this have to come before the board? And in researching it, we concluded that it did not.
All right.
Maybe you're
I'm
wrong.
going to ask your county attorney to help me with that research, because she and I have had conversations about any court interpretations of this statute as we flesh that out. As the commission chairman, would it be your preference that DA or other constitutional officers should seek your approval before hiring independent contractors that you are responsible for paying for?
Yeah, that's the difference. Repeat that. Let me make sure I understand you, sir.
As the county commission chairman,
Yes, sir.
would it be your preference that the district attorney did have to seek your approval before going out and hiring special prosecutors or independent contractors? If you're paying for it, or your general fund is.
Well, but under the, the current law, as I understand the current law, as it relates to constitutional officers and this, and the district attorney does not fall under that like the sheriff and the others do, but sorta, and she's sort of a state constitutional officer, as I understand it.
So
a little different.
Part of the job of this committee is to determine whether we need to change the law. If it's unclear in this case, and I'm wondering if you are the lawmaker here, would you like to see state law changed so that a district attorney would have to ask your prior approval before going out and entering into contracts with special prosecutors?
Well, probably my opinion may be a little different because I focus on the money, and I'm always want to follow the money. I'm fiscal conservative and like to know how the money is being spent. But with respect to a district attorney hiring who he or she believes that they need to, I mean, I don't have any issue with that, but I would like to know how the money is being spent.
So
not who, but how.
We're back to the keeping you informed and the transparency of this process. If a DA is allowed to unilaterally hire whomever they want to at whatever price they want to pay them, do you feel like the county government ought to be able to be kept in the loop on this and reported to as to how your money was spent?
Well, in the loop, yes, there's no doubt about that.
Okay. And you don't feel like this process has been transparent so far?
Well, to the extent that we have not, we were not advised of the hiring of not that it was required of a special prosecutor, nor the payment hourly rate or whatever the rate was. I mean, we were just following the law. And obviously, I'd like to have more information, but that was the law at the time and is the law at the time, as I understand the law.
In your opinion, has DA Willis been forthcoming or transparent with you and the commission as to her utilization of special assistant district attorney in this election integrity case?
Well, to the extent that this is all new ground for us and for all of us. And
that's because it wasn't utilized by the prior district attorney for the last 20 years before her election.
well, this whole issue with election integrity, election interference and all of that, just new territory for us. And we're sort of, feeling our way as we go through this, even with the trying to work down the backlog of cases that we had. So we were sort of making up rules as we went along, to be honest with you.
Sure.
No, making it up
Do
as you go.
worry
That's
that
always
she was
good
utilizing
governance.
resources for prosecuting a election integrity case rather than getting rid of this backlog of 40,000 criminal cases?
Would you repeat that?
Does it worry you that she was spending significant resources without prior approval or even any reporting or accountability pursuing an election integrity case rather than working on this backlog of 40,000 criminal cases that were pending in Fulton County? It might have been 56,000. I can't remember all my numbers. It was a lot total.
The answer
Well,
better
as
be
I
yes.
said earlier, and as the CFO said earlier, we appropriated 75 million of the 206 million of the ARPA money that we received to the justice system. And she had, in addition to the backlogs, she is currently involved with the YSL case and the election interference case. So those were, three really unusual cases that I had never experienced before. So we were trying to be as helpful to her as we can and could by providing, for the most part, the resources that she asked. But as far as what happened to the resources, the money, when I say resources, I mean the money that we gave her, we, after it was given to her, we tracked the cases, the backlogs, and the jury is still out on the YSL and the election interference. So it'll all come out in the wash, I suppose, as to how effective it's all been.
And
we provided what was asked for, and we've not asked for, nor have we been provided any interim reports as to how we proceeded.
Maybe you should ask
other
for one.
than with the backlogs.
So she hadn't really told you how she spent the money?
No, sir.
Okay, so you gave her 75 million plus at least
Well,
another
it
5
wasn't
million.
just to her. That was the whole justice system at 75 million. Right?
That's
Yeah,
correct.
it wasn't just to her.
You gave her many millions of dollars to get caught up on a backlog of criminal prosecutions.
Yes.
Okay. And when you did that, there was no mention of any election integrity case, was there? That didn't really ever come up specifically, just this one sounding for additional money in 2023.
I believe that's correct. When you say
Which
that's
is-
correct.
The 1.1 million for Tex MacGyver and public corruption is the only thing that could specifically have referenced an election integrity case.
In her enhancement request, yes, sir.
And it wasn't in her budgetary request either, was it? Anything about election integrity?
It would have, if it was for additional resources, it would have come through as an enhancement request.
So as a commission, you weren't aware that you were funding a election interference case, certainly not before 2023, which would have been 3 years after the election.
I think that's correct.
Okay. And you haven't been given any information to tell you where the money that you did give her through ORCA funds or other things were spent.
Well, whatever part of that 75 million that she received, and whether how much was used for the backlog, how much was used for the YSL case, and how much was used for the election interference case, and we don't know.
Yeah.
And we're not being given any information other than with the backlog. That's probably easier to quantify. I don't know how she would give us, or any district attorney for that matter, would give us a report on how the case is going until it's concluded.
Understood.
Yeah.
But she could have told you how your money was being spent that you had awarded to her, whether it was being spent on the backlog of cases versus public corruption cases versus, Tex McIver or whoever. She would have been able to give you that data.
Could have, yes, sir.
But she didn't.
Did not. And we didn't ask either.
Okay. And that's partly because she's taken this stance that she's a constitutional officer and doesn't have to give you that information.
That's probably a correct statement.
Okay. Well, let me turn to you, Ms. Joe. You and I have had conversations before today about whether or not a district attorney has to get prior approval and authorization of funding from the county commission when utilizing this independent contractor, special prosecutor device that the legislature gave the ability through Title 15-18-20A. You heard me read that relevant portions of the statute, and you would agree just at face value that would seem to require a DA to obtain approval from the governing authority before hiring an independent contractor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But I think, I'll make sure you're on.
I would agree that the plain language of the statute certainly seems to indicate that the governing authority needs to be consulted and approve such an appointment.
Right now. So tell us who you are. You're the county attorney. Give me just a little bit of background on you.
My name is Sue Joe, and I am the county attorney for Fulton County, which means that I am the essentially in-house general counsel for the corporation that is Fulton County. And my office handles civil matters for the entire county, provides defense and legal advice and counsel to the Board of Commissioners.
And in your role as county attorney, were you ever asked to interpret this statute or do legal research to find out whether or not Ms. Willis should have gotten prior approval or whether she was required to do that before going out and hiring independent counsel?
I don't recall if there was a specific request, but of course I keep up with current events. And when this issue came up, I did have the occasion to look into the matter and research it.
Give us your legal opinion as to whether or not prior approval is required. You've agreed that the plain language of the statute would indicate that. Have there been judicial interpretations of this statute that cloud those matters?
So let me begin by saying that the statute OCJ 15-18-20 that you were reading from deals with assistant district attorneys. So it's not explicitly giving the DA permission to appoint special district assistant district attorneys. In case law, that statute has been
independent contractors, though, right?
It does,
Okay.
which we that is the classification for special prosecutors in Fulton County in terms of how they are employed.
Is there another statute that specifically addresses special independent counsel or prosecutors, whatever the
I
phrase
have
is?
not found one. And what I was going to say is that the case law that I have reviewed that has interpreted this statute says that while it is not explicitly mentioning special assistant district attorneys, that is included in the general authority provided under the statute to district attorneys. So in at least 3 Georgia Court of Appeal cases, what I have found is that the court has rejected the proposition that this particular statute requires a district attorney to obtain explicit permission from a county prior to appointing a special assistant district attorney. And in fact, the original case, the court noted that
give us that citation, because
So
this
that-
is kind of instructive to the legislature do we need to amend this
Clarify.
statute to clarify? And so you help me with my legal research. What's that citation?
So I'm sure the Attorney General's office would be happy to provide
Let's get the
their
Attorney
official
General in there.
advice. But
That'd be great.
what I will, I'll begin by just saying what the citations are of the three cases that I reviewed. One of them is Greater Georgia Amusements at 317 Georgia Appeals 116, which cites to State versus Cook at 172 Georgia Appeals 433, and is referenced again in Amusement Sales Incorporated versus State of Georgia. And if you'll excuse me, let me look at my Westlaw. Okay, that's going to be at .316 Georgia Appeals 727. And all of them include a construction of OCGA 151820 that indicates the DA does not ADA does not have to have explicit permission from the county in order to appoint a special assistant district attorney, and that the employment may be pursuant to whatever private arrangements regarding compensation are mutually agreeable to the district attorney and the appointee. That is a quote from State versus Cook that is contained in Greater Georgia Amusements.
So judicial interpretation of our statute essentially eviscerate the plain meaning or language of the statute.
Imagine that.
Well, I will say I was definitely surprised at the construction in that it seems to be at odds with the plain language of the statute, but that is the current state of Georgia law as far as I can find it.
Okay. And in your role as county attorney, do you seek approval from the Board of Commissioners for hiring, we'll just call them outside counsel, to represent the county's interest in certain civil matters?
Absolutely. That is considered, that travels under a separate ordinance regarding the engagement of outside counsel. So for example, it could be an official of the county is sued, requests representation. If there is some reason why my office doesn't have the capacity to take it on directly, I may recommend the engagement of outside counsel, and I will bring that to the Board of Commissioners for their approval.
Okay. And that's pursuant to a county ordinance that requires that type of approval of both funneled through your office and submitted to the county commission?
Yes, sir. The Fulton County Plan of Defense governs what types of circumstances in which we can provide defense as a county, and also the way in which that provision is made. It is either made through my office or through outside counsel. Even if it is provided through my office, I still go to the Board of Commissioners, present the case, indicate why it's covered under the Plan of Defense, and ask for authority to represent.
Is there a similar county ordinance that references or applies to prosecutors?
There is not.
Okay. So you only refer back to the state law for that?
Yes.
Okay. In your role as county attorney, are you responsible for responding to open records requests?
Yes, the custodian of records was established in recent years and centralized as an individual who's designated from among the attorneys in my office.
So that is an attorney that responds to those complaints?
It is an attorney who
request
oversees the
Production.
response operation.
So that's under the control of your office then, or?
The intake and coordination of the response is within my office, the county attorney's office. Obviously, we are not the custodians of most of the documents that are requested, so we have to coordinate that, with designated open records liaison within each custodial department.
Do you, in your office, respond to open records requests submitted to the district attorney's office?
She has the ability to handle the entire open records process separately from the county as a state official. Historically, the district attorney's office has both utilized my office as the point of origin and liaison, and then at times has chosen to opt out of that. Currently, this district attorney for Fulton County does receive her Open Records Act request through the Open Records custodian in my office.
And if counsel is needed to respond to those requests or object to them or litigate disputes over open records requests, is that something provided by you for the district attorney, or does she handle that herself?
So having it routed through my office is a fairly recent circumstance with our district attorney's office, but now that it is within my office, any questions as to exemptions and what is subject to public disclosure under the Open Records Act would be referred to my attorneys in my office, and we would assist with that and provide guidance.
And is your office actively providing guidance or legal counsel to the DA's office in any open records requests or litigation arising from those at this time?
At this time, yes.
Okay.
Ashley has a lawsuit
Does
going
she
against them
opt
for this.
out of utilizing your services on occasion? Handle them in-house, so to speak?
I did not mean to imply that it was a case-by-case basis. There was a period of time in which the point of contact was not my office. My office was not involved in the process. But as of, I would have to check to confirm when, but it would be at least several months ago, perhaps a bit longer. She has opted to utilize my office as the initial point of contact and to provide that type of guidance again.
Was she using your office for point of contacts and guidance and sort of legal services during the open records requests that Ashley Merchant submitted this past fall?
I would have to confirm that. I don't know exactly when that came in.
Okay. But here in the last few months, District Attorney Willis has begun to utilize your office as the point of contact for receiving open records requests and for responding to them?
That's not exactly accurate. For receiving and for coordinating and providing advice.
Ashley is
in
using
many
her to
instances,
stonewall.
the
Fanny is using her to
custodial
stonewall
departments
Ashley.
will upload their own responsive documents. So when we advise them of what is being requested, provide any legal guidance that may be necessary, are a point of contact for communication to provide status updates to the requesting party. But because the custodial department may have more immediate access, or if it is in the case of voluminous responsive documents or documents with restricted access within those departments, the department itself is often the ones who will upload the documents into our software that is used for Open Records Act requests.
So if I submit tomorrow an opens records request to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, maybe I want to find out what happened to those 16,000 cases that Orca was supposedly funding. Who will respond to that? Does the DA's office respond to me, or do they route it through you and you give me a response?
My expectation would be that someone on the Open Records team in my office would be the initial point of contact and say, thank you for your request. We understand you've requested XYZ documents. Either here are your documents, or we estimate that it will take a certain amount of time to gather the documents that we believe are responsive and within our custody. And then that they would keep you updated or be available should you call in or email in with a question as to status.
And if the district attorney did not want to provide the documentation I requested, would she object to that, instruct you to object to that, or does your office make that determination?
So I don't know that we have a long enough history to have a representative sampling of all the different potential circumstances, but my expectation of the process would be that we would communicate what was requested, that her office would identify whether or not they had responsive documents, and that they would work with my office to identify the subset of those documents that do not fall under any type of exemption, for example, pending investigations or any of the statutory exemptions that are provided for in state law.
Okay. And so what happens if she says, I ain't giving that information up?
I am not aware of such a circumstance. In some instances, the response we get from the departments may include, we do not have any responsive documents. And that is how sometimes disputes arise, because the requesting party may believe that they exist, and the custodial department asserts that they do not exist.
Okay, what if they say, yep, they exist, but nope, I'm not giving them to you? You know they exist. Your custodial people figured it out. It's public records.
To my knowledge, that response has not occurred. But if it did, I would expect my open records team to review the statutory obligations under the Open Records Act with the custodial department to emphasize and impress upon them their legal obligation to provide the documents that are subject to the Open Records Act.
Okay. Thank you. Let me ask you about the county ordinance concerning reporting of gifts from vendors or independent contractors. Does Fulton County have such a policy?
I believe, and I haven't reviewed that specifically for today, but I believe you are referring to the prohibitions that are contained in our ethics code.
Yes. So
Yes,
what does your ethics code of Fulton County provide as far as the receipt of gifts from independent contractors or other vendors of the county or its agencies?
I mean, if I could have a moment, I could try to pull that up, but just off the top of my head from previous reviews, there's a lot of language in our ethics code about appearance of impropriety, appearance of conflicts, avoiding appearance of conflicts. So my advice, if I were asked, would always be to avoid it altogether. However, there are certain customary gifts, chocolates at Christmas time, Christmas gifts, etc., things that are shared among everyone in the office. As long as it's of nominal value, and I believe the cutoff is $100. There is a nominal value that is allowed under our ethics code, but anything of significance beyond that is considered to be prohibited.
And is it prohibited to receive it, or are you required to report it?
Both.
I can't recall if it's a report. I want to say it's a reporting requirement. And the reason I can't recall is because I like to stay as far away from the line as possible. So my preference would be to not receive it. But it may be a reporting requirement. If you would like a certain answer, I can check either on a break.
The reason you report it is because it's
Do that
unethical.
for me. Do you believe that ethics code applies to the district attorney or other constitutional officers of Fulton County?
I'm not sure what the intent was when the code was originally enacted,
Wasn't the question.
but I know that there has been a determination by the Board of Ethics, which has purview over adjudicating matters relating to the ethics code, that it does not apply to the district attorney.
What do you think, Katie?
And in a related occurrence, we have had a recent piece of legislation updating the ethics code in Fulton County to add, I believe the amendment is a sentence that specifically indicates that the ethics code applies to all elected officials in Fulton County.
Oh,
Do you know why? Why this clarification?
I did not, I was not the sponsor of the legislation, so I cannot speak for the commissioner who sponsored it. But I do know that it was subsequent in time to the decision of the ethics board that the district attorney was not covered by our code of ethics.
So there was an ethics complaint brought about the receipt of gifts, and it was determined that your existing ordinance or code, ethics code, did not apply.
Yes, sir. The board of ethics determined that it did not have jurisdiction under the current ethics code.
And the county commission has subsequently here in recent months amended that ethics code to make it clear that it does apply to constitutional officers such as the DA and the sheriff and the tax commissioner.
Yes, I believe that was passed on April 17th or thereabouts.
Very recently. All right, Mr. Chairman, tell us about that.
Well, I can't add anything to what the county attorney has said. It came about, and I supported it when it came up. There's some loopholes, so we're trying to close all loopholes.
Is it and so that is now, has been enacted, a recent ordinance or ethics code for the county?
Yes, sir.
And it now does require the district attorney and other constitutional officers to disclose gifts of more than a nominal amount.
I think that's how it's worded. But it covers the district attorney and others, all elected officials.
Right. What about reporting of gifts that are above $100 or a nominal amount? Are you required to report those or simply banned from receiving them?
I'd have to check the exact language in the code.
Sue will be looking while we talk. So just on a sort of philosophical level,
Yes, sir.
why do you feel like that was needed or that type of ban is appropriate for elected officials, including constitutional officers?
Well, I wasn't the sponsor of the legislation, but
You voted for it?
I voted for it, yeah, to close any loopholes, so remove any doubt as to, who's covered, who's not covered, because the idea is for us to be open and transparent about what we're doing.
And is there an appearance of impropriety if you were to receive kickbacks or things of benefit from folks that were contractors or vendors of the county?
Okay, repeat that one.
Is there an appearance of impropriety or wrongdoing for elected officials to receive kickbacks or things of benefit from vendors or independent contractors of the county?
Well, I would say if it's over whatever that amount is, then that would be a problem.
Okay. And is the reason is that your independent judgment and acting on behalf of the people brought into question if you're receiving things of benefit from those that you're doing business with?
Well, I mean, we want to be above reproach. I guess that's used quite a bit by elected officials, and that's the intent, so that we are above reproach and that we are open and fair in our dealings. And we have blackout periods where we cannot even contact to those who are seeking to do business with the county.
Even though it was recently determined that the ethics provisions did not apply to constitutional officers, did DA Willis fill those type of disclosure forms out, those gift forms in the past?
I'm not aware of it. I don't know about that.
Okay.
I've not seen.
What about
any
Paul Howard? Did he fill those type of forms out in the past?
I have no knowledge of that. Yeah.
Yes, he wasn't using independent contractors anyway, right?
I don't recall him using the special prosecutor. So I'm not aware.
Has the
But
county?
I have not reviewed what other elected officials are, reporting.
Has the county commission ever come in and ask any agency heads or constitutional officers to terminate or void or alter any contracts with independent contractors or vendors?
Okay, repeat the question.
Has the county commission ever come in and asked for department heads or constitutional officers to terminate or void or amend or change any contracts that they might have entered into with independent contractors or outside vendors?
The question is, has the county ever asked someone to void an independent vendor contract? I don't know that that's, we've not, no, all you did was pull the funding. You did not
Here's a recent contract, not, excuse me, not involving the district attorney, but we didn't ask the department head to, we did not ask the department head to terminate the contract. We simply terminated the funding of the contract. And the effect of that was to terminate the contract.
And in Ms. Willis's case, you wouldn't have been able to terminate her contract with Mr. Wade because you can't control the funding of that?
All right, let me make sure I understand the question.
So Ms. Wade had a contract with Mr. Wade to be special prosecutor as an independent contractor. And you have not asked her to terminate that agreement. The judge ultimately did, but a county commission never.
The board did not.
Okay.
No, sir.
And was that because you approved of that arrangement or because you didn't think you had the authority to require her to terminate that arrangement?
Because we did not have the authority, because she had the authority to hire the special prosecutor.
When did that first come to your attention, or the board's attention, that she had entered into a contract for a special prosecutor, Mr. Wade, to handle this election integrity case?
Me personally?
Yeah.
During the media coverage on it.
So you didn't even know it until the media erupted back in the fall sometime?
That's correct.
What was your response or your reaction, both personally as in your capacity as chairman of the commission?
Well, since we believe that we did not have any control over her decisions, that it was her decision to hire the special prosecutor, that we had no role in it.
Could you have cut the funding off for that, just like you did this other contract recently?
We didn't know anything about it.
It had not even been disclosed to you as a commission?
No, sir.
Okay. What are your views on the propriety of elected official hiring somebody under an independent contract arrangement that they had an intimate personal relationship with?
Well, my personal views on,
Yeah.
I believe our revised code of ethics covers a situation like that. It's been amended. Is that correct?
The revised code that you support would prohibit that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It was, the definition, I think, was expanded to include personal relationships.
Joe, can you elucidate us any on this? You're leaning forward in your seat as if you might have some information for me there.
I did not intend to lean forward like that.
Be careful, I'm watching.
I don't want to speak for the chairman, but I believe the recent enactment that he is referring to is a new anti-nepotism policy
Right.
that would cover personal relationships of this nature between an official and an independent contractor.
Is that a new ordinance as well?
It
Or has that
is.
been there?
It is. Our prior ordinance was located within the Civil Service Act, so it was limited in its application to employees and would not have applied to independent contractors.
Would it have applied to employees of the DA's office?
Yes.
Okay. So if Mr. Wade had been hired as an assistant DA, it would have violated the then existing nepotism policy?
Assuming that they had that type of relationship, yes.
Assuming she
I think
admitted
that's been
to it.
admitted by both parties at this point, right? You keep up with the press, correct? I mean,
Yes, but in our hypothetical, I mean, it depends on the timing.
What?
So the amendment was to expand on your existing anti-nepotism clause that would prohibit superior from having a relationship, intimate relationship with an employee, to include independent contractors in that ban?
In effect, yes,
Okay.
it expands it, but it had to do it through a separate policy because the original policy is within our Civil Service Act and therefore limited in application to employees. So there is a separate policy that is a county-wide application that prohibits all of the same things that also applies to independent contractors because it is not limited by the scope of the Civil Service Act.
And that was enacted when?
I believe that would also be April.
All right.
Was it April?
April
So both
April
of these,
17th as well,
both of these, your ethics policies, your anti-nepotism, your gift,
have recently
Yes.
been expanded.
and they were expanded to capture this type of situation that we're dealing with here with Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade.
Had they been in place, both would have captured this, would have applied in this instance.
Okay. And was there any rationale for not including independent contractors in the past, or was that just an oversight?
That is well, I will say these are all fairly well-established older policies, but as to the anti-nepotism policy specifically, I think the limitation is simply where it was located, which is the Civil Service Act.
And because it was located in that act, it was not deemed
It
to
could not apply to anyone but employees.
Do you know whether the district attorney's office has a separate sort of ethics guideline or ordinance or rules?
I'm not aware. I presume there are state guidelines that would apply as being a state officer, but I'm not aware of any that are specific to her office.
One of the things that was brought forward in one of our previous hearings is that Ms. Willis entered into an independent contract for essentially a publicist, a PR firm to help guide and monitor publicity. Is that the type of contract that the county would need to approve or fund?
I'm not aware of that contract, but it would. Again, back to this constitutional officer and her being somewhat of a constitutional officer. I mean, there's a sheriff, the tax commissioner, and a couple of others that are a little different from the district attorney. But if she had, and your question is about the district attorney,
Yeah.
if she had the funds in her budget, then she could, without coming to us, coming back to the board seeking approval.
Did she ever ask for funding for a PR firm out of New York City in her different budget requests? Is that anything in the line item, Ms. Whitmore? She was asking for 36 million. She explained part of it would be spent for a New York City PR firm to monitor her publicity.
Not that I recall. I would have to research that.
She did not.
Mr. Chairman, is that something that the Board of Commissioners would ordinarily approve or budget for various departments?
No.
Well, again, if that's not something that we would, as a matter of course, routinely be aware of, and I can't recall ever of a request like that coming before the board. But if it's in a department's budget, particularly a constitutional officer's budget, and he or she feels that that's what they need, then if they have the funds under this umbrella of a constitutional officer, they can do it.
But you're the one that has to approve those funds, because I can assure you that's not in our state budget.
Well,
We don't give PR money to DA's offices.
we wouldn't be funding that specific line item. We would be funding whatever she requested. Then once the money is approved, then the constitutional officer, once the constitutional officer's budget has been approved, they can make changes as they deem appropriate.
Does your Board of Commissioners have a contract with any type of media monitoring service or public relations service?
Does the Board of Commissioners?
Yes, sir.
As a board, no, sir.
Okay. Would you approve that type of funding if she had specifically requested it?
Yes.
Would the board have?
Yeah.
I mean, I can't speak for the entire board, but knowing the board as I do, probably not. For the purpose that you've outlined, probably not.
You learned, I guess, the same way the rest of us did back in the fall, as essentially the media reported this relationship between Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade. What type of pressure was put on the Board of Commissioners, or was it anybody complained to you, or was it frustrating that you couldn't do anything about? I'm curious what the reaction was from the board when all this scandal erupted.
Well, there's no pressure on the board per se. I mean, individual constituents, may have commented, here and there, but there's no, I didn't feel any pressure. Obviously, people would comment on what they had seen or heard or read, and I'm sure that's true for the rest of the board as well, but no pressure.
Yeah. You've kind of explained here today that the board really has no supervisory authority or control over how Ms. Willis spends the dollars that you budget for her, but the public is had the presumption, until you're clarifying it here now, that the board approved this device of using an independent contractor as a special prosecutor. It helped fund this election integrity case, and a number of attorneys, both private contractors and assistant DAs, being engaged in it, and endorsed or didn't disapprove of the relationship between Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis. What is your reaction or response to that? Just kind of like you told us today, that's out of your control. You may not approve it, but can't stop it or prevent it.
Well, you just said a lot now, and
Yeah.
and I can't.
I'm sorry about
can't follow all of that.
All right. Okay.
So if you could repeat, I mean, the
Maybe I
last.
can break it down.
Yes, sir.
Do you feel like the Fulton County Board of Commissioners supported this election integrity case, or 16 cases, either by financially supporting her to pursue those cases?
Well, I don't think the board, the board had no position or has no position on it. The district attorney, as I understand how district attorneys operate, they are free to choose the cases that they get involved in. And we as a board have no input into that.
You were never educated about that before the fact?
About
those prosecutions, election integrity cases?
I mean, was the board informed that
Yeah.
the district attorney was going to?
You've made it clear she didn't specifically ask for funding for that prosecution or for the hiring of special assistant district attorneys to lead that prosecution. Did you
That's
even
correct.
know that was happening and that you were funding that, even if it was in the big chunk of money?
No, we're not advised of her work program, if you will. I mean, we provide funding for her, and she sets her own work program, and I think that's probably true for, as I understand it, for all district attorneys.
Okay. There was testimony before us in previous meetings about Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade making trips to Washington, D.C. to meet with the Justice Department, and in Ms. Willis's part, I think, meeting with the Vice President of the United States. Does, I guess this may not be best for you, but I guess, Ms. Whitmore, were you aware of any expenditures for that? I mean, that was paid for with taxpayer money. Is that something that's reported, or you track that they're spending your general funds to travel and meet with the Vice President and the Justice Department?
We do record their travel expenses. I was not and have not reviewed the district attorney's office travel, the details. So I had no knowledge of what her individual, travel arrangements would have been, but their travel requests and transactions are, if they're paid for out of county resources, there is a reconciliation process that is undertaken by the traveler. If they're using the county's procurement card or travel card to pay for the travel, then there is a detailed process that they have to go through for that. But I'm at my level, I'm not necessarily involved in looking at or reviewing any of those transactions.
Those type of travel expenses, do they require any prior approval by the county or by your office?
Our travel policy allows the elected officials to approve the travel for their staff and to approve the travel for themselves.
And you mentioned the procurement card. Is that what we call a P card?
Yes, sir. We use both a P card for non-travel related credit card purchases, and then we have a separate card that we call a T card, T for travel. So departments have both, one for basically goods and services and one that is for travel. So the county's policy is a reimbursement-based policy, so the traveler can pay for their travel expenses directly and seek reimbursement, or the county will prepay using the T card, and then the reconciliation process follows the trip.
Explain that reconciliation process. Let's say somebody uses a T card to take a trip to California or whatever. It gets charged directly to the county through that essentially credit card.
Yes, every department has a single travel card holder, and the individual traveler is required to coordinate their travel needs with the travel card holder. Travel card holder makes all of the arrangements and charges for that card, and the traveler, if they're traveling for official county business, is expected to return and supply through Concur. We use the Concur platform for our travel reconciliation process. They're expected to provide the receipts, hotel, evidence, if it was a conference, evidence that they attended the conference, and any other receipts that they may have where they are seeking reimbursement. So that is, when I refer to the reconciliation process, that is what I'm referring to from the traveler's perspective. And then each month, the travel card holder is required to pull their bank statement for the card and complete the reconciliation process for that bank statement for that period, so that we can process payment to the financial institution that we use for our credit card purposes.
So is Ms. Willis the T card holder for the district attorney's office?
I don't believe she is, no, sir.
Okay. So it would be some designated employee of the DA's office would handle that.
Yes, sir.
And at the reconciliation stage each month, they would submit the receipts from each member of that agency or department that had utilized the card.
For the charges, that they would need to submit the requested documentation for the charges on the card for that statement.
Okay. Are there limits as to say, could you put somebody up in a Ritz-Carlton versus a Holiday Inn? Are there caps on how much you're allowed to spend on lodging or travel?
Our policy does outline those type of limitations. Yes, sir.
And if somebody exceeds those limitations, do you simply cut the reimbursement off at whatever your cap is or your guideline calls for?
If they have requested an exception, so say they're traveling to an area and there are no hotels available, it's a conference, there are no hotels available at the host hotel and they have to move to a different location and the rates are higher, they can ask for an exception to that and seek approval for that. But otherwise, they may be charged back for those costs that are outside of the allowances allowed through the travel policy.
Does the department head have the power to override those allowances, create exceptions, as I think you said?
Exceptions are required to be approved in advance and by the county manager or his designee.
Do these rules that you've just outlined apply to the district attorney's office?
These rules apply to anyone who travels using the county's, seeking reimbursement from the county using the county's travel policy or the county's T-card.
Who is the custodian of these documents, the reconciliation process and the payments made under the various T-cards and P-cards?
The purchasing department is the administrator of the T-card and P-card program. Ultimately, the final reconciliation packages are received and retained by the finance department.
Are they under your purview?
Both of those are, yes, sir.
Okay. So you could get me that information if I properly requested it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Pitts, you are on the audit committee of the commission.
Yes, sir.
Is that by virtue of your position as the commission chairman, or is it a subset of the commission? How's that created?
Let's see. I think it's a 5-member committee, I believe, and 2 commissioners sit on that committee, and they're appointed or nominated and appointed by the board.
And currently, you are on the audit committee?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is Bob Ellis the other commissioner?
Yeah.
Right.
Commissioner Ellis is chair of the audit committee.
And who would the other 3 members be then, if you are the 2 commissioners?
The private citizens.
And what's the authority or the power of that audit committee? What's the role of the audit committee?
Well, we work with the county auditor, Mr. Anthony Nix, and to provide audits for various departments, areas when we see or feel that need to be looked into from an audit point of view, whether it's financial or programmatic or otherwise.
I know only what I've read in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution about this, but apparently there was a recent audit report that had been requested by the audit committee.
Yes, sir.
We did a
Tell me
show
about
on it.
that.
You
What
can
was
watch it
that,
here.
Audit for?
I believe you're referring to the audit that was done at the request of the audit committee. We utilize an outside firm called Cherry Becker, nationally recognized firm, to look at and review and it wasn't really an audit, it was a review of our primarily purchasing requirements, processes within the county, and looking at all departments, but focused in on the sheriff's department and the district attorney's office in particular.
And did that Cherry Beckert, is that
Beckert, yes, sir.
Did it produce a written audit report of its work?
It did.
Okay. And was that presented to the commission?
Yes.
Or just to your committee?
No, it was presented to the commission, and we had 2 representatives from the firm make a presentation to the full board a couple of meetings ago, maybe 3 meetings ago.
Did this audit reflect any irregularities or improprieties in spending by the sheriff's department?
There were, I'm going from memory, we can make the full report audit. Well, it was really a review and not an audit, but it was an audit firm, nationally recognized firm. And again, they focused on the sheriff's department and the district attorney. And there were 2 sets of recommendations, and I don't recall the specific recommendations, but with respect to the sheriff, I think they used a term of, do you remember the term? Was it high? High problem. Is that it? Yeah. So the conclusion was the county sheriff's office risk level, they call it, was high, and it lists certain areas. And with respect to the district attorney, the risk level was medium.
Did it list particular areas
Medium
that
headed to
there was
high
a
is what it
medium
was.
risk for impropriety by the district attorney's office?
Well, I can read from the document here. The use of prosecutorial discretion as a justification comes with the risk of it being used with greater frequency, with more purchases being made over time outside of county rules and procedures.
And that expenditures that we're talking about?
Purchases.
Okay, are those purchases using a P card or a T card, or is it identified?
Probably a combination of both.
Ms. Whitmore?
Prosecutorial discretion are typically the items that the district attorney engages in directly. Expert witnesses, if there's any special evidence processing that has to take place, any visual aids maybe that need to be supplied as part of trial, any extraordinary trial expenses. Typically, the district attorney engages and secures those goods and services outside of our county procurement process, which is the reference to the prosecutorial discretion, I think is the word that they use.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
Would that include travel expenses for witnesses being brought in from out of state?
Those should be following the county's travel policy. It does have a section that deals with extradition and witnesses. Again, but it applies if you're using the paying for it with county resources, seeking reimbursement, or using the county's travel card.
Would that include special prosecutors, independent contractor prosecutors?
The DA's use of prosecutorial discretion, yes.
So that's captured by this category that
Yes.
the audit report is saying
Yes, sir.
you got some moderate potential for abuse here. Did they specify any particular expenses that seem to be inappropriate in this report or this review?
Probably in the larger report, there were some instances, but I'll have to provide that to you because that's not in this document that I'm looking at now.
Okay. Ms. Whitmore, have you provided that document? You've given me a book full of things. I don't know how much made it to it yet, but you're still in progress.
I have not. The subpoena asked for audits.
You don't consider this an audit, and it's just a review?
Yeah, it was a review, so I did not include it. But
Could you voluntarily provide me a copy of that report that you have, as well as the full report, this review?
So, is that sufficient? Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Noting it now.
I'm sorry, Will.
I appreciate that. There were a number of references to Ms. Willis having significant expenditures for her personal security detail. Is that something that was presented to you in a budget request?
So repeat that one, sir.
There has been testimony before the committee about the district attorney, Ms. Willis, having significant expenditures for a personal security detail that may even travel with her on these trips that she takes. Is that something that was presented to the commission as a part of a budget request, the cost of that?
I don't know whether or not, as a matter of course, the district attorney has a security detail. I don't know the answer to that.
Did Mr. Howard ever have a security detail?
I know that he had, we had some security enhancements around his home at one point because of some threats that he received.
Okay.
Now, with respect to District Attorney Willis, again, I don't know whether she routinely had a security detail or whether we paid for one. But in this particular instance, because of the YSL trial in particular, and
What does
the
YSL stand for?
Young Slime Life, I believe.
Okay,
Correct?
so that's
Young Slime Life.
That's the gang-related
Correct.
prosecution's been going on for a year now.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Because of that trial and the election interference, it came to us in executive session that she was receiving, as were a number of us, me included, particularly during the election back in 2020. I had a detail with me, but because of the YSL trial and the election interference, she was receiving threats, bodily harm, pretty serious. So a report was made to us about that in executive session, and a request came to us on her behalf to provide additional security for her. And after listening to what was going on, we, the board, listened, and then in open session decided and voted to provide additional security for her.
What's the cost been for that additional security, and is it continuing up until today?
I don't know whether it's continuing, but do you have the cost of the security?
As I recall, the full ask that was presented included relocation, as well as some hardening of her personal residence, and law enforcement support from at least 2 outside jurisdictions. I don't recall what all of the amounts were, nor can I tell you that I have seen an invoice from either of those other external jurisdictions. The relocation costs run about $4,000 a month.
Was that relocation cost renting her this condominium where she and Mr. Wade would meet?
I don't know the physical address of either of those locations, so I really wouldn't be able to answer that question.
Do you know who you were making the payments to for this, for the rent?
We do. I do not, but I certainly know who we cut a check. Well, I know how to obtain who we cut a check to,
Okay.
but I don't see those expenses every month.
Has that continued, the relocation expense? I mean, essentially, the county is providing extra security at her personal home, but also renting her a separate location she can live in or sleep at. Now, I'm not going to ask you to disclose that location. I'm just Is that continuing?
The expenses are continuing.
And how long have they been going on?
I believe they began in the later portion of 2022. I don't recall the exact date. I would have to research that.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Joe, you had mentioned this, I don't know if I'm calling it a civil rights office, but what is the county's structure for receiving complaints of employment discrimination against the county or any agency of it?
So employees who have complaints regarding their employment conditions have a couple of different possible routes. One of them is DCRC, and I am blanking on what the acronym stands for, but I think it's the
Diversity and Civil Rights Compliance.
okay. So it is.
Diversity and civil rights compliance.
Yes, we've kind of outsourced our initial point of contact for EEOC type violations internally. And that is done outside of my office. And then at some point in the process, we may get involved later on down the road, but it begins at DCRC. And then we also have a whistleblower hotline that is established that routes to our county auditor. And whistleblower complaints can be investigated in that manner as well. So those are the two
by the auditor
primary
or
routes.
DCRA?
DCRC.
DCRC. Okay. Is that a confidential process?
I would say so. It is confidential even from me at the outset, unless it develops into litigation or an EEOC complaint. So it should be confidential from the employee's point of view when they present the complaint.
Does the employee's employer learn of such a complaint? Type of employment violation?
Employer meaning their manager or whoever they are, the subject of their complaint?
Right.
I would not expect that person to be made aware unless and until there's a point in the investigation where that becomes necessary in order to obtain necessary information.
Like their explanation or defense?
Yes, when they would be made aware of the complaint in order to provide a response.
Okay. And insofar as the whistleblower hotline, that's confidential as well, I would presume?
Yes, under state whistleblower laws, the identity of the whistleblower is kept confidential for as long as possible.
And does the county have its own whistleblower policy?
The county does also have a whistleblower policy.
Is that a written policy?
I have not looked at it in probably over a decade.
Wow.
I believe it's an ordinance that mirrors the state whistleblower statute, but I would have to confirm that.
Does it prohibit retaliation against somebody for bringing forth a complaint of impropriety or wrongdoing?
Yeah, I would expect that it does include that, because if it mirrors the statute, then it would include the anti-retaliation provisions.
So how long have you been with the county attorney's office?
2.5 years as the county attorney, and then 10 years prior to coming back as the county attorney, I was a line attorney in the office for 4 years. So.
What do you make of this constitutional officer argument, so to speak, that constitutional officers are not subject to any supervision or control by the county commission?
So are you asking for my personal opinion or my understanding of the state of the law?
I'd love to have them both. Let's start with the law, because we may be looking for ways to change laws, and I'd be interested in your personal views from your experience.
So as to the state of the law, I will say that the challenge presented for my office, for the board, and to some extent, I would imagine for the officers involved, is that there is this inherent conflict created by the state of the law, wherein there are certain elected officials who are essentially embedded with the county, provided facilities by the county, provided either employees or supplemental employees by the county, equipment by the county, a budget for operations by the county. Those officials must interact with the county, for example, in order to process payment vouchers. They have to come back to the county, even in instances where they may have independence or latitude in contracting, for example. They still need to come back to the county finance department in order to get a check cut, in order to pay on these contracts that they may have control over, but they can't cut a check directly to the vendor. So there is this kind of built-in tug of war where two parties who are essentially operating independently, one is funding another without any necessary input or oversight into the process or any of the contracting, but essentially is on the hook when it comes to processing the payments, when it comes to supplementing budgets after the fact in order to make up for budgetary shortfalls because of those expenditures, and ultimately may be left with the legal liability and exposure should there be any issue with the way in which those services were obtained. So I do believe there are some practical and legal challenges for all counties and elected officials who are in this kind of in-between state where you have independence, but you depend on the county for finances and processing, and where the county has an obligation to fund, but doesn't have any control over ensuring any kind of standards or protocols in the expenditure of those funds.
Very well stated. If you are probably as knowledgeable in this interface of the county governments and state elected officials or county elected officials, in the case of a DA, as any attorney around, if you have suggestions to our committee on how we could clean this up a bit through statutory amendments or modifications, please feel free to give those to me. Okay. And while I have you there at the witness chair, I, as the county attorney, I have mentioned to you sort of pre-meeting, if there are any documents that you have produced to us so far, you've got the whole notebook in front of you, or that you may produce in the future as you complete the document production that you feel like contain confidential personal information or otherwise privileged information, please identify that to me. You've been so good here to have all these documents bait stamped so we can very clearly identify which pages you're talking about. Then I will treat them as confidential within this committee. We will not be making these documents public other than available for review of committee members until I hear back from you, hopefully in the next week or two.
Thank you,
Fair
Mr.
enough?
Chairman.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I am going to turn the chair over to you, Madam Leader, or any designate of the minority party if there's additional questions anybody might want to make at this time.
This is Mike 9 that Senator Harold Jones will.
Harold Jones, all right.
Question number 10.
You got
Oh,
it.
you got 10.
And also, no, not 10.
You're recognized,
And then
Senator
also,
Jones.
and there's also, again, Senator Estevez also asked a couple of questions too. It'll literally be like one, but I may cover all of them. Okay.
Tell them to hand
So,
it to you, just
I
like
got you.
Dolezal's been giving them to me. We're trying to follow the rules.
Yeah, I've been noticing that. He's been right in the
My
front.
assistant, just like the
He's been
chairman
right in the
has
front.
several assistants. So.
I was just looking at the code section 151820, because that is one of the things that we maybe have some purview over. So the issue about the district attorney and the spending, now that has been really the law in Georgia for forever. I mean, even the case that you cited, the amusement sales case, that case cites a case that goes all the way back to 1984, which makes clear that this language about may should not be read as a shall at all, that it is a may, and that basically it's an agreement, is it not right, between the district attorney's office and the county and the local governing authority of how they do this. And that's been how we've been operating for years in Georgia. Is that not correct?
Yes, I would agree that the construction that's contained in the 3 cases that I mentioned has been well established since at least the 1980s in Georgia.
And when we talk about trying to change that, one of the other offices that would come under that particular change, if we change this particular statute, would also have to be the sheriff's officers too. They would also have to be changed too. I guess in degree of fairness, we wouldn't just change one office, would we?
So I'm not sure that an amendment to this statute would impact them, since it is specifically about a district attorney's authority to hire assistant district attorneys.
Well, in reality, isn't it actually what we're really talking about is the constitutional office, not necessarily just district attorneys? Or are y'all only making the position that the district attorney should be subject to a change and no other constitutional office should be subject to a change? I'm asking all 3 of you.
So repeat the question.
Is the argument that only district attorneys as constitutional officers should be subject to a change, but no other constitutional officers should be subject to a change as far as their spending patterns are concerned?
No, it's not. It's not specific to the district attorney.
Okay.
It's the issue that I have, and I just be in all openness, honesty. My position is different from that of my colleagues. I have a philosophical difference with this notion of a constitutional officer being able to spend money that the legislative body has appropriated any way that he or she chooses. It may be, I understand the words, it may be legal, but being gay was illegal at one point. Interracial marriage was illegal. Segregation, well, not illegal. Yeah, well, that's illegal. Discrimination was legal. So I have a philosophical difference with that. I think that we appropriate money, and I'm not singling out the DA, it's all of them. That's the difference. So now, my colleagues don't see it as I see it.
I understand, but to be consistent, it would have to also include the sheriffs
Absolutely.
too. Absolutely.
And the tax commissioners, 4 of them, right?
Yes, and also the clerk's office.
And the clerk's office.
It would include all of those.
Right.
Yes.
This may be splitting hairs, but I do want to clarify that the constitutional officers under the county constitutional officers are just the 4: the sheriff, the probate judge, the clerk of the superior court, and the tax commissioner. We would consider the district attorney to be a state constitutional officer, which is some differences.
They have the same kind of purview over their budget as the others do. As far as
they have some additional latitude and independence than other elected officials. Yes.
The sheriff, you're saying the sheriff doesn't have latitude in his budget?
I'm saying that I just want to make sure that we understand that the sheriff and the other county constitutional officers don't have exactly the same independent rights as the state constitutional officers.
And I'll clarify
rather than
that
lump them all together.
the OCGA 151820 applies only to the district attorney.
Yes.
It's by its very, on the face of it, it doesn't apply to clerks and tax commissioners and sheriff's departments.
And the statute has nothing, it's not based on the fact that she is a state officer or state constitutional officer. It's just based on the statutory authority of all district attorneys.
But Mr. Chair, as far as like when you're talking about the budget process, you would say that those, especially sheriffs, they do have that opportunity to kind of control their budgets. Is that not right? Have they not also used the same argument that you cannot control their budget? Has the sheriff ever told you that? Mr. Chair?
Oh, me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking the county attorney.
Has the sheriff ever came to you and said that you also do not have purview over his or her budget?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
The 4 constitutional officers and the district attorney, who is a state constitutional officer. Yeah, the 5 of them there. They all say that.
Absolutely.
And again, my philosophical difference with that is it doesn't make any sense to me that we don't have, can't tell them or have no control over how they spend their money. We appropriate the money based upon specific requests, and it's approved based upon specific requests. So when they get it, then they believe they can spend it any way they see fit, and I just disagree with that.
And also, just along those same lines, the only thing that's Well, one of the things that's a shall in this particular statute is that the district attorney actually shall be able to actually define the title of the person that she hires or he hires. They are able to do that and also fix that compensation. So that's the only shall really in here as far as the statute is concerned. Is that not right? That they have the opportunity to fix the title as far as the title that they're going to give the other employee that they hire. So with Mr. Wade, is it not right? Or anyone else, any other district attorney, they can give them any title that they want to as far as the statute is concerned. That was perfectly within the district attorney's purview.
Okay. Which subsection are you citing from?
Yeah, the district attorney shall define the duties and fix the title, line 7 on subsection A.
Oh, I see.
So that's completely within his or her purview to do that, according to the statute. To fix the title, to determine what they're going to prosecute.
That is what the statute says, yes.
So he or she would not have to come to the county commission to say that I want to have a special prosecutor for a specific event, whether it's election integrity or anything of that nature, because he or she shall be able to fix that particular title in their job duties. Is that not correct? That's correct.
Mhm.
Okay. Also kind of looking at this from a liability standpoint, and I'm just curious, from a liability standpoint, if you guys were to start having more control over the district attorney's budget, is there any concern, I'm asking the county attorney, is there any concern from a liability standpoint? Because you have a lot of these cases where persons would sue the district attorney, sue the sheriff, but also sue the county. And the case law says, well, they're separate entities. And so therefore, you can't sue the county, you guys, for what the sheriff does or what the DA does, because they're separate.
That
And
can
what
be
the court
dealt
will
with in new
do
legislation.
is go
though.
through a litany of things to show the
Not a real
separation.
concern.
And one of those is that you guys don't control the budget of the DA or the sheriff. Would there be any concern that that separation then would leave? And now all of a sudden, when somebody sues the district attorney's office, they might be to sue you too. Would you have that kind of concern?
So one of my least favorite things is running a complete legal analysis on the spot because
Sure.
I don't think it's very thorough. But just as an initial matter, as a practical matter, we are always sued with the official in most cases. We frequently provide representation under our plan of defense. Once we undertake representation, we also provide payment of the judgment, should there be one. So we are already on the hook, so to speak, if we are sued with them. I think and to make it clear, I don't know that any of us are here to take a position on what should be done. I think that is within the purview of your body to make legislative recommendations. But an argument in favor of more control might be that if we are on the hook for the liability, that it is, we don't have any control over the actions of the officials who are generating the potential liability, but remain on the hook for providing defense and also payment of the judgment.
But normally in those cases, you guys are actually dismissed. And there's actually a question about, especially for sheriffs, whether you're actually technically on the hook or not.
Once
The
we
county will pay it, but
once
it's
we
not necessarily
okay,
key.
I will say this. In the
Yeah.
27 years that I have worked in government defense, I have never known any of the governmental entities I have worked with not to pay the judgment, should there be one after we have undertaken representation. And under the current iteration of our plan of defense in Fulton County, once we undertake representation, unless there is cause and we discontinue representation, we would be providing payment of the judgment, should there be one, or settlement.
But from a standpoint of being sued, Mr. Chair, would that give you any concern that when a district attorney now is sued, they're also going to they can legally bring in Fulton County if you guys started trying to dictate salaries? It's a possibility that could happen. Would that give you any concern?
Probably.
Okay. And I bring that up because just in first many cases, but in 2023, you have a federal court case that says County has to be dismissed because the law in Georgia shows that exclusively that the district attorney is a separate entity from the county. And one of the things that they point out is that the district attorney controls the compensation and counties only possess the power to approve the amount. And so I guess my point just is, you said it would concern you. If you get into the business now of actually trying to control compensation, it might just do an intermingling. And that's just a question that I had, and you answered it. Someone had spoken about the open checkbook. Can you kind of tell us about that? That you were saying you could go online about the open checkbook. Can you kind of tell us what that is?
It's an open part of our open government platform. If you go to the county's website under Inside Fulton, it's like on the far right, Inside Fulton, scroll down from that, you'll find a button that you can press that will take you to our open government platform. We have open budget where you can go and look and see what the budget and actual expenditures are. Open checkbook, I believe it goes back 5 years, includes vendor payments. It's updated. Currently, I believe it's updated on a weekly basis.
I bet the servers are.
But that information has been out there for a while.
In fact, go ahead.
We've had a service interruption as a result of our cyber incident. So we're just now, in the last week or so, been able to bring that back online.
Yeah, because my colleague over here is totally fascinated by it, because you can actually pull up every every law firm or whatever that's getting business in real time and see exactly what their bills are. Can you not?
You can see their payments, amounts.
Right.
Yes.
Right. You can actually see their payments amount up to, I believe you said it's updated weekly.
Yes, it should be updated weekly.
So a lot of the questions that we have as far as like payments and openness, it seems to me that you guys actually are very open, doing way more than Richmond County, quite frankly, that you guys are very open as far as how this process works.
We have been working on our transparency for a while now, but yes, we try to have as much information available as possible.
I don't have anything else, Mr. Chair.
Senator Jones, while we got you here as an ex-solicitor, how is a solicitor's budget handled? Is it the same as the DA's or different? Is it
Same?
It's a similar situation. Solicitors are elected by the people for their judicial circuit, or are they on a county basis or a judicial circuit?
Oh, well, if you have one, you're on a county basis.
Okay.
Because every county does not necessarily have to have a solicitor.
They would only have that if they had a state court.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So the way our budget works is
the solicitor and the
county.
assistant solicitors? The
County.
counties?
Yes.
Totally.
County. Totally.
Okay.
And so the way it works is you just put your budget request in. They approve it or don't approve it, which normally they're going to approve it. And they give you a lot of discretion. Now, can a solicitor have the same opportunity to say as a constitutional officer?
That was my next question. I don't know.
Do we have that same opportunity? No, but it also is a prosecutor's office. So normally they're more open as far as hands off. Exactly.
Allow for
They're
prosecutorial
always going to give more
discretion,
latitude as far as that is concerned, especially on prosecutorial discretion. Yes, absolutely.
So no state funds go to fund the solicitor or assistant solicitors. As far as
It can be like a victim's assistance grant or something of that nature may be in there, but
domestic
other than
violence
that,
prosecutors.
right, if you had like a domestic violence, that might be in there. That's something new that was around when I was there, but primarily you're going to the county.
Okay. That has been sort of banging around in my mind when you started talking about all the different type of courts that the ORCA funds went to. Some of those are county only, like your magistrate court, your municipal court, your state court, whereas Superior Court system, now you're into state salaries, et cetera. Okay. Y'all have been fantastic and very patient and very cooperative with our committee, and we appreciate that. Thank you all for being here today, and I will await any additional documents that you might be able to produce to me. And Ms. Joe, of course, if you'll let me know about anything that's privileged or confidential before we put anything posted to the public site.
I will. And I also committed that I would look at the ethics code regarding gifts and honoraria. And I wanted to let you know that I did find the sections that I was thinking of.
All right, you want to tell me?
Yes, I will go through it real quickly,
Sections.
hopefully. So there is a prohibition of any officer or employee to solicit or receive any gift from a prohibited source. The prohibited source is
Nathan Wade.
defined as someone, among other things, who is seeking official action from or seeking to do business with the county. As far as the disclosure requirements, every year there are certain officials who are required to file a financial disclosure. This includes all elected officials of Fulton County. And one of the things that is required to be reported is any honorarium from a single source in an aggregate amount of $500 or more. And it also includes going back to the $100 or less for nominal gifts that are excluded from the prohibition. If you receive something of value of $100 or more, that should be included in your disclosure as well.
Does that have an ordinance number?
Yes, it is.
Code section number?
It is code sections 2-67 and 2-69 and 2-79. All of those are part of our ethics code that are codified as ordinance for Fulton County.
What do you call the disclosure form you mentioned? I guess it's a gift disclosure, an honorary, or whatever.
It's an annual financial disclosure. The section is entitled Disclosure of Income and Financial Interests. So you list any income you make outside of the county and other real property that's owned, and any gifts that were received, any financial interests that are covered in these sections A through C need to be included in the disclosure.
And that is required to be filed by the district attorney as well?
As an elected official, she would be required to file. I am required to file. Most of our executive team is required to file.
Ms. Whitmore, have I requested that in your opinion?
You have. And it's included in your binder, section 11.
Thank you so much. All right.
Partially included in section 11.
I understand it's a work in progress, and I know the cyber attack has been a problem and whatnot. Y'all doing everything we can. Committee members, I apologize for the late notice of this meeting, and I appreciate y'all's efforts to be here. I am looking at my calendar now for a potential next meeting, and I wanted to bounce off of you guys the dates of May 23rd or 24th. That's a Thursday, Friday, 3 weeks out. If you don't have to tell me right here on the spot, but if y'all would please check your schedules and let me know, because I certainly want to accommodate everybody that's spending their time with this
Is that when they're doing
and just
subpoena
bounce it
Willis?
back off to me or my admin Cindy, and we'll let you know in the next week or so if we're going to be able to have that. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.
All right. Well, there you have it, guys. 4 hours and 22 minutes. I think that's the longest live stream I've ever been part of. And I thank you guys for being here and watching it with us. Somebody was saying from Australia there, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. They've been watching since midnight. My word, if there's anything that gets people's attention, it's everything related to Fani Willis and the fiasco that I guess has resulted from this particular event. And with that, my dog needs to go out. I need to go out, and I need some lunch. And so I wanted to say thank you all very much for being here. If you like the show, make sure you hit like, subscribe, tell everybody to subscribe. And if you want to support the show, of course, there are links in the description to all of our videos, and I appreciate all of the support. And with that, I will see you next time right here inside the law.